Do 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 do. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to episode 736 of these very strange and peculiar and very awkward to do Bible study devotionals, as well as learning more of the mysteries and frustrations of learning flatland BMX, which in some ways it kind of just feels like it's a test of your patience. That's kind of what it feels like. It's like, how patient can you be, or are you going to give up trying to learn some of this stuff? That's kind of what it feels like. But it feels very rewarding, just learning these tricks, because what's really cool about or I guess just any type of BMX riding or skateboarding or, things of that nature. But what's really cool about flatland is when you learn a trick, there are potentials of you being able to combo that trick and link it in to another trick. And it's very interesting trying to figure that out. And sometimes actually when you mess up learning a trick, sometimes it actually opts you in to learning a new ride in or a ride out into another combo. And it sounds ridiculous, but it kind of feels like when we're doing these Bible study devotionals, it kind of just feels like we're learning more combos, but combos in God's Word. And kind of the funny thing is that I did used to work with this one dude at Woodward West. His name was Dustin Oram. And it was kind of funny because when I went to Woodward, when I was working there, I was kind of a believer, but I wasn't fully about it, right? I was just kind of just kind of like dabbling into it a little bit. And it was funny because after I saw Dustin again, he was actually brought up something about like God's Word kind of reminds him like a skate park. And it's like you, even though you've ridden some skate parks, thousands and thousands of times potentially, right? There's always like a new line you can do. Maybe you can go slower at it. Maybe you can learn it switch. Maybe you can, just hit something just at a different speed or an angle, and just finding a new line in it, or just doing different tricks in a different order. And I was like, bro, when he said that to me, I was like, oh my goodness, bro. And at the time, I didn't tell him I was doing like Bible study devotionals, right? And it was so funny when he told me that, because I was like, man, that's actually what it's been feeling like, trying to get deeper into God's Word. And it's just so crazy because it was weird because when I was living in Long Beach, there was this pastor and he said, the Word of God is like the well that never runs dry. And it was weird because at the time I didn't really understand what he was really talking about. But as we get deeper into like just meditating and just reading God's Word, it feels like there's just this never ending, just like this well that just continues to just keep producing. And it's just so crazy to me. And it's so crazy because it may seem like we've done a lot of devotionals here, but man, it's so crazy the amount of years that some people have devoted into doing their devotionals. There is this one chick that used to stream on Twitch. I don't know if she's streaming anymore, but she wouldn't even really do a devotional. She would like literally just listen to a devotional, and she would like fold clothes, and she would like cook food and stuff like that, right? And I just thought it was really interesting. And I do apologize if I don't watch your guys' streams. I'm kind of using up a lot of the bandwidth right now, just trying to stream at the moment. I wish I could just open all your guys' streams all at one time and just have all your guys' streams all open so I could give you guys a view or something, but I apologize for that. But when I was in this one chick's stream, it was weird because like this one dude that was doing the devotional, he was like, yeah, I've been doing this almost every single day for 17 years. And I'm like, what in the world, bro? That straight up just tripped me out. Like, imagine doing something for 17 years, like just almost daily, right? And it kind of makes me wonder, like, how crazy is that, right? Because for some reason, when he said that to me, it was almost like my life. I mean, I wouldn't say my life flashed before my eyes, but it was almost like this thing where it made me recollect about all the things in my life where I've put in a lot of time, but I've just gotten bored of it. And I just totally and I'll look back at some things. I'm like, bro, I don't even remember I like put in so much effort, so much energy, and I look back at it, I don't even remember, like, I don't even have a second thought about doing some of those things, right? And so lately what I've been thinking about is just what are some things in our lives that, I mean, it doesn't always have to be like that, by the way, but I've been kind of looking deeper into, or what are some things that have like longevity of just that can last throughout, the years to come, right? And that's the other cool thing about flatland BMX is that it's definitely one of those aspects. You can ride flatland until you're actually really old. It sounds kind of crazy, but like there are actually a lot of older riders. There's even riders that were even pro before I was even born, and they're still riding. So it's actually really crazy. Anyway, we're going to get into the Bible study devotional, and let's just try and practice planting some seeds of faith. Maybe we can practice becoming better fisher of men, and even if we don't plant a single seed or catch a single fish, we can just practice. And there actually is this other believer on the Twitch thing. He said that that's the cool thing about streaming, is that we can just practice these things, and he said that, like, even just reading the Word of God aloud, even if you're just reading it to yourself, you don't even need to be streaming it, man. You don't even need to be doing it to anybody. Just reading the Word of God, just practicing using our voice is actually really important. And it's kind of weird, right? And these devotionals are very odd, actually. And actually, let's see here. What are we going to get into? I was going to get into thinking about, because there's that one verse about talking about we should love our neighbor as ourselves. I was kind of thinking about that, and I'm like, wait a minute, like, because I was like thinking, and we kind of covered that topic on the stream that I deleted when I angle grinded my rim, and I deleted it because it was just super loud. We kind of got into that topic of thinking about that because I think it is a verse that most people, even people that don't even believe it, probably heard, right? We should love our neighbor as ourselves. And let's just look up the verse. What verse is that? Love your neighbor as yourself verse. What verse is that? And what I was wondering is, what does it really mean of, like, who is our neighbor? Now, I think when I think deeper into it, I would like to just think, oh, it's anybody that's just around me, right? Like, that is my neighbor. But what's really weird to think about, which I don't really think I've heard a pastor bring up, is it just the people that we're physically around? Is that who our neighbor is? Because what's weird about it is, because of the technology that we have right now we can even talk to people on the other side of the world. So it's just like, what in the world is that considered our neighbor? Is just anybody considered our neighbor? So that's kind of what we're going to go into today. And it kind of goes into what we went into yesterday about trying to encourage others, right? And what are some ways we can encourage people? And what's up, Creative Fit? My bad, I haven't looked at the chat. I know the new combos. Even if we cover the same combos, I always just like, it's actually very interesting. Now, I don't actually hear I've actually never heard a believer say that they're combos. I think some believers do say that they're links, because there is a type of Bible, and I think it's called the link chain Bible. And I think a link chain Bible is a Bible. I don't have it actually right now. I have to go inside to go get it. But it's like one of those Bibles, and you see the verses, and then you'll see all these like little verses on the side. I think they call those a link chain Bible. So it's kind of funny because I like to call them combos. And you know what's actually kind of hilarious about that, just using the word link, is they actually use that word in Flatland BMX instead of combos. I like the word combo more. But it's so funny how, like, in the biblical thing, and then even like the Flatland sphere, well, maybe not the whole Flatland, but I've heard a lot of Flatlanders say links, which I've never was really about that word, honestly. But okay, so let's see here. What verse was that? So we looked it up, and how crazy is this, man? It just trips me out, bro, that we're in the age right now where we can make Bible study devotionals just so much easier to do. Imagine if I had to do this, and I didn't even like I don't have my Bible with me right here. Imagine if I was like, okay, where's that verse, right? I would literally be sitting here because I actually don't know where that verse is at, right? I'd be like, you know what? Here, you guys got to wait up on me. I'm going to have to find this verse, right? Dude, how crazy is it that we just have the ability? Dude, you can just type in like 2 or 3 words and boom, put verse at the end. You can find it, man. It's so crazy to me, right? And hopefully it would be very interesting because, How crazy would it be if the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ, what if he like somehow made technology so well distributed to the point where we could just more easily be able to help shine our light or do devotionals or help plant seeds of faith or go out into the harvest, right? It kind of really makes me think about that. Okay, let's see here. So we're going to read Mark 12:31. I don't know what translations you guys like. Lately I've been digging the ESV version as well as the KJV version, but I do read many other translations. It's just that this Bible right here is an ESV version, and then I do read the KJV as well. But I like to read many different types of translations. So this one, the ESV says, "The second is this: you shall love your neighbor as yourself. There is no other commandment greater than these," right? Now, what does that really mean, right? What does it mean that we should be loving our neighbor as ourselves, right? That's just what I'm going to get into, right? Because I'm like thinking, okay, so if there's some neighbors around me, even if they were potentially people I don't even like or something like that, right? What are some ways we can encourage them, right? If we're supposed to love our neighbors as ourselves, we're even called to even love our enemies. That's the other crazy thing, right? But what are some aspects? It's like easy to say this, right? But when I feel like when we're in the thick of it, sometimes these verses are not. Unfortunately, these verses aren't in my mind, and sometimes I wonder if some of these verses, like these verses, even this verse in of itself, I wonder how many times like this verse might not be in the forefront of many believers' thoughts, right? Or just how they interact with somebody, right? So that's kind of what I'm just going to get into today, and we're going to read this commentary. Now, I actually did read this commentary on the stream that I deleted, but I want to read it again just because I'm kind of just curious about it, right? And we found this commentary on, so who is my neighbor biblically speaking? I think it seems kind of common sense, right? It's probably anybody around us, right? But what I think I want to get into is, would it be considered a neighbor if we were to talk to somebody with a technological device, someone around the world? I mean, would they be considered our neighbor? Is anybody even that we're around in the technological sphere that we're associated with or that is associating with us, is that our neighbor as well? I don't know if this commentary is, I don't even think this commentary went into that, but that's just kind of my thoughts that I've had. I haven't really heard, and this is actually the weird thing. I've actually noticed now, and I've kind of reiterated this yesterday, but a lot of these commentaries and a lot of sermons I'm actually starting to realize, sometimes pastors and the commentary people, they don't really like acknowledge it, or they don't maybe give examples in the way of how do we use this, or how do we apply this with the technology that maybe God has called forth for us to steward. And I've been really thinking about that, because if you look up things on biblical stewardship, we're called to try and build the Lord's kingdom up, right? And a lot of pastors bring up part of the Lord's Prayer, right? Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, right? Okay, let's see here. Creative Fit, you said, Pastor once said, we already know how to love ourselves. We clothe, feed, and care about protection. Interesting, right? Alrighty, let's get into this. What is this commentary going to say? I'm going to read. This is my second time reading it. I did read it the other day. I thought it was pretty impactful, so we're going to read it again. But that stream's not up because I deleted it. But let's see here. Many Christians talk about the importance of loving God and loving others, and rightly so. Jesus declared these to be the greatest commandments, Mark 12:28 through 34, and see Deuteronomy 6:4 through 5, and Leviticus 9:18. The idea that we are to love others is sometimes more specifically stated as the call to love one's neighbor as oneself. But who is my neighbor becomes a natural question to ask. I think that's a good one, right? And I'd like to just because I feel like when I think about the word neighbor, I always think about houses, right? Like who is living right next to me or something like that, right? But I'm just like curious now, right? Let's just read this. The command to love one's neighbor as oneself comes originally from Leviticus 19:18.
which says, "Do not seek revenge or bear a grudge against anyone among your people, but love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord." The Jews of Jesus' day would largely have understood their neighbor to be their fellow Israelites. But God has a broader definition in mind. Loving one's neighbor is more than simply loving those who are like us and who can love us in return. Luke 10 records an incident in which a scribe, an expert on the Jewish law, tested Jesus about what he must do to inherit eternal life. Jesus turned the question back to the scribe, Luke 10:25-37. The scribe responded with the command to love God with all one's being and to love one's neighbor as himself. Jesus affirmed the response, but the scribe, wanting to justify himself, asked, "Who is my neighbor?" Jesus replied with the parable of the Good Samaritan. Now that's actually very interesting, right? So it's not only that, it's like people in Jesus' day were even asking the same question, "Who is my neighbor?" Right? It's like kind of interesting, right? So let's read this. In the parable, a man traveling from Jerusalem to Jericho is attacked and left for dead on the side of the road. A priest walking by sees the man but passes by on the other side of the road. The same happens when a Levite travels through. In essence, two Jews, both of whom were from priestly line of Israelites and should have known and followed God's law, failed to show love to their fellow Israelite in need. However, Jesus said, "Along came a Samaritan," a person who generally is disdained by the Jews because of cultural and religious differences, and it was the Samaritan who stopped to help the injured man. He cared for the man's wounds and paid for him to stay at an inn. In short, a person from whom the Jews would have considered unclean and outside of God's covenant demonstrated compassion for one who would have considered him an enemy. Jesus asked the scribe which of the three passerbys was a neighbor to the injured man. The expert in the law replied, "The one who had mercy on him." Jesus told him, "Go and do likewise." Luke 10:37. See, this parable is so weird, right? Like when you really think about it, it's just such a strange, I feel like this resonates to even things that are, occurring in many civilizations, right? It's just so interesting that so we have these two Jewish leaders, right? And they're both on the side of the road. They both could have helped each other out, but they didn't want to help each other out. And then here comes a Levite, somebody that wasn't even part of the Jewish order, the Good Samaritan, right? The Samaritan, the person that wasn't even a part of all that stuff. It was just he's the one that helped him, right? And it's just so interesting, right? It's very, and it's almost like I'm wondering if that even kind of connotes some aspects of loving our enemies, right? Like we should love our enemies. That I feel like is one of the gnarliest things within the scriptures, right? It's like, how could we even love our enemies at times, right? It's a very, very perplexing piece of scripture, right? Well, let's keep reading. Let's see what this is going to say. Our neighbor is thus anyone in our proximity with whom we can share God's love. Now, see, that's weird that it says that. And I think I was tripped out last time when I read that too. I think this exact area is how this commentary goes into our neighbor is thus anyone in our proximity with whom we can share God's love, right? But can't we share God's love just by the words or even just a comment that we put down or something like that? So would this be considered anybody that is our neighbor is anybody we can even have an interaction with? So could anybody, even with the technology that we have and use, anybody that we're interacting with technology, would that be considered our neighbor as well? I think it would be so, right? But I find that just really interesting, and I know this commentary doesn't go into that, but I would really love to hear other believers' thoughts on that, right? It's especially because we live in the age with global internet now, and so that's really weird, right? It's just so strange to think about that, right? Let's keep going. We are called not only to love those who are similar to us or with whom we are comfortable, but all whom God places in our path. In fact, Jesus said, "I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be children of your Father in heaven. He causes his sun to rise on the evil and the good, and sends rain on the righteous and the unrighteous. If you love those who love you, what reward will you get? Are not even the tax collectors doing that? And if you greet only your own people, what are you doing more than others? Do not even the pagans do that? Be perfect, therefore, as your heavenly Father is perfect. Matthew 5:44 through 48. God shows love to all people. John 3:16 through 18, and Romans 1:19 through 20, and 2 Peter 3:9. As his children, in John 1:12, we are called to do the same. It is important to understand what true love is. We love people by genuinely seeking what is best for them. Loving others does not mean agreeing with everything they say or do, nor does it mean acting in ways that always gain their approval. Loving our neighbors means attending to their needs, both physical and spiritual. We love our neighbors when we, like the Samaritan in Jesus' parable, have compassion for them and help to meet their needs as we are able. We love our neighbors best when we share God's truth with them. Jesus alone can save in John 14:16, and he alone can meet people's every need. We love our neighbors, including our neighbors who seem like enemies to us, when we act toward them with a heart that first loves God. We love our neighbors out of an overflow of God's love for us and a way of demonstrating our love toward God. That is interesting, man. That's very odd. It's so weird thinking about that, because I'm gonna type in something now, right? I'm gonna type in, like, how can we? It's weird just thinking about, like, how technology has changed, like, certain elements of certain of these verses, right? Because it's like, it's so strange to me now, right? Because I'm gonna be really honest. Like, sometimes when I'm gonna be really, really honest here. Some of these verses that we just covered, even talking about loving our enemies and stuff like this has actually subtly convicted me into playing certain video games. And I know it sounds weird, I'm not saying that people should feel convicted in doing that, but the thing is that it would be so weird for me. I mean, how crazy would this be, right? And imagine if you streamed all the time or something like that, right? And it's just like you're doing these Bible study devotionals, right? Like that. How weird would it be? Take me, for example. What if somebody was just like, okay, well, can you do a Bible study devotional on loving your enemies, right? And what if I was like, did a Bible study devotional like that, and then I just went out and played this game where I'm just killing my enemies, like, for like like all this time, right? And I think sometimes it like trips me out, right? And so it actually tripped me out so much to the point where I started playing pacifist characters, right? And I know it is weird because I know I bring up a lot of things about RPG games, about like paladins and stuff like that, but it is kind of weird because there is this element in gaming. It's kind of like this challenge run in most games, not in most games, because most games you can't actually do this, but there are games where you can play as a pacifist without killing anything, without harming anything, right? And you could do it. It sounds strange, but you can do it in WoW, and you could do it in other games. It's actually really weird, right? And I was actually doing some streams like that when I used to do the gaming streams, right? But how I used to do it is because some believers get like kind of like tripped out with certain elements of certain violent acts of, you know, some games and things of that nature. You know, we should be loving our enemies and things of that nature. So what I used to do on my streams is I would attempt to do a pacifist thing, right? Just in the beginning. I'd try to not hurt anybody and stuff like that. But then I would also just play the game normally. So I'd kind of like have like both fronts, right? Because I know some believers get a little tripped out. So yeah, it's kind of weird, right? Let's see here. Jesus says to visit those in prison. They are not in our proximity, but to remember those far from us. Oh, that is interesting, right? That's an interesting one. That goes into even like the least of these, right? Like those we did for the least of these, we could even be doing it unto the Lord, right? Those are some very strange verses about the least of these. Let's see here. Let's read some other ones up in here. What is let's just even look up, like, how could we even love our enemies? Like, what does that even mean? Love your enemies verses. What verse is that? It's just such a strange, I feel like it's something that's very, almost kind of like controversial, right? That's Matthew 5:44, right? But I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. Just very odd to think about that. Even like Luke, and it's brought up again, right? Luke 6:27. But I say to you, you who hear, love your enemies, do good to those who hate you. Romans 12:14. Bless those who persecute you, bless and do not curse them. This one's an interesting one right here too. Romans 12:20. To the contrary, if your enemy is hungry, feed him. If he is thirsty, give him something to drink, for by doing so you will heap burning coals on his head. Isn't that weird, right? It's just so weird thinking about that, and it's just, it really trips me out, man, because I feel like, I mean, it would just be so strange for me, right? And I feel like that's another reason why I've been kind of like steering away from certain, like, you know, because I can actually, if I got the Ethernet cable, I could actually play video games on these streams and stuff like that, right? But the thing is, man, is I just feel like, I don't know, man, sometimes when I read some of these verses, I get kind of tripped out, man. I don't know, it's weird. Let's read, what does that really mean? What does Matthew 5:44 mean? Or what does loving your enemies mean, right? If we should love our neighbors as ourselves, what if our neighbor is an enemy or something like that, right? Like that's a strange, that's a very strange thing, right? Let's read this. I'm curious. What did Jesus mean when he instructed us to love our enemies? By the way, take all the words that I say with a grain of salt. I'm not like a crazy theologian, and also take what we're reading with a grain of salt too, because I really don't know who's really, because that's the other thing. Sometimes I don't even know who's writing these things, right? But I think if there's anything, it's just, what are some ways we could meditate on this stuff, right? Or what are some ways we can even just, are there any thoughts? What thoughts actually come up? Or even what confusions arise when we read some of these verses, right? And for me personally, I feel like there's many confusions that arise when I read many of these verses. And I'm kind of and lately, actually for many years, I've actually been struggling with these things. So yeah, we're going to read this stuff, okay? Let's read it. When Jesus said we are to love our enemies, he was creating a new standard for relationships. He proclaimed to the crowds listening to his Sermon on the Mount that they knew they were to love their neighbor because the command to love our neighbor was the law of God. And it's so weird because that was in the Old Testament, right? It's so weird it's so weird that that was put in the Old Testament, but it's like, are people actually doing that now? I mean, people that don't even believe in Jesus, right? That's the other, it's really weird to think about, actually. But I don't know, let's keep going. Leviticus 19:18. That we must therefore hate our enemy was an inference incorrectly drawn it from by the Jews. While no Bible verse explicitly says hate your enemy, the Pharisees may have somewhat misapplied some of the Old Testament passages about hatred for God's enemies. Okay, interesting. But Jesus replaced this idea with an even higher standard. Love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be sons of your Father in heaven. Okay, so that's another interesting one. Matthew 5:44-45. Now, I actually made a post about this. Let's see if I can find the post, because I brought up a lot of interesting verses that have actually kind of convicted me a little bit in playing certain video games and stuff like this. Now, I'm not saying that this should be convicting to anybody, honestly, but the thing is that, I don't know, man. Sometimes I've read some of these verses so many times that sometimes it's just like, it's like just in my mind sometimes, right? And I did make this, some of these posts, right? Let's see here. Like, I made some of these posts up on here, right? It says, when a man's ways please the Lord, he makes even his enemies be at peace with him, right? This is actually the post that I made, right? Because of this verse and verses about loving our enemies, I've been having a sort of strange gut conviction when I play certain video games that resort to violence, or that is the only option, right? Psalms 11:5, the Lord tests the righteous, but his soul hates the wicked and the one who loves violence. Psalms 3:31, do not envy a man of violence and do not choose any of his ways. Romans 12:18, if it is possible so far as depends on you, live peaceably with all. Right? Hebrews 12:14, strive for peace with everyone, for the holiness without which no one will see the Lord. And it's kind of just strange, right? It's just really strange thinking about all this stuff. I mean, even that one, right? I mean, I put a lot of verses down, right? Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. And then there's some of the verses that we're covering right now, right? You shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy, but I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. I mean, just some of those, man. I just feel like, how weird would it be? I mean, just me personally thinking about it, right? Like, imagine if I would it would just be so weird for me, man. Like, imagine if, like, I just did a Bible study on that one right there. Love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, right? And then I just go out and do something. I'm just, like, killing all these enemies. I'm like, yeah, you know, like, I just feel like I'd be really weirded out. I don't know, just very odd. But, you know, by the way, if anybody's on that aspect, because I know, hopefully I don't want to be, like, convicting anybody or anything, but these are just my own strange thoughts of what I've had, is maybe you can try, like, to do, like, a pacifist run, right? I mean, you can even play a pacifist even in WoW. I mean, I was even experimenting. You can even play this strange... Now, I don't really know exactly how legitimately pacifistic it is in some degree, but you can even play a pacifist in Diablo 2, and you play this paladin, right? And he has this thorns aura, and basically anybody that attacks you, they hurt themselves. So that's it's kind of like, I mean, I wouldn't really think, I guess there's different definitions of pacifism, but in that aspect, you know, you're not really hurting. It's actually that they're just hurting themselves in some degree, right? It's actually just really weird. Oh, let's see. What are you saying, Creative? Let's hear. A child will lead us. Jesus calls us to follow the example of the Samaritan, and calls the Samaritans out, saying they do not know who they worship. I think anyone following along with the study will be all right with you leading it, Jamie. No salt necessary. I mean, yeah, that's the weird thing, but I mean, it's just weird. It's just very strange. And some of these verses, man, it's weird. It's just very weird to me. And it's actually weird because nobody actually really commented on this post that I made, right? It's actually very weird. Now, it's also kind of strange. I guess I should just read the post. I'll just read the post. You can just see the post. I'll read the exact same thing. It's not like a big conviction, but it does cross my mind more than I'd like to admit. The thing is, when I wasn't a believer, I paid no heed, not even a second thought. I played so much WoW, used to main a rogue, but now I main paladin, druid, and priest because I can heal instead of always causing damage. So I actually forgot to bring that up. So there's another aspect of playing a game, because, you know, like some games, like in RPG games, you can play as the healer, right? You don't necessarily always have to be the DPS. You could be healing people in the background, right? And that's kind of what started out in the beginning. I was like, you know what? Okay, I'm not always just going to start killing people in video games. I'm just going to start healing people. And that's actually the first step that started happening. And then the second step was then I started reading some of these verses, and I'm like, wait a minute. And then it started, like, tripping me out, and I'm like, what in the world? But yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. And I think it's weird for a lot of people because nobody even commented back on this. Now it said, now this has been occurring for the past many years, even to the point where I would try and play games with a healer class, or if there is a holy class, or if there is a way to play a game like a pacifist if you can, or a way like trying to share some verses or plant some seeds of faith. It's kind of fun and challenging now trying to figure out how to play certain games without killing or resorting to violence. Like take WoW, for example. You can play that game as a pacifist by leveling up or exploring, mining, and picking herbs. Now, is this exciting? Not really, but it can be done, which is interesting. Sometimes my mind goes into observing which games are the ones where violence is the only option, right? And I think that is a big one, right? Like, and I think that is a big one for me. Is like, what are the games of that? Those types of elements of like where violence is the only option, right? Where it's only like I kind of think about there's like this meme, and it's this dude with this giant helmet. And he's just like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. All I know is that I'm supposed to kill. You know, it's like, it kind of reminds me of that meme. And it's just like, what if you were just thrown in this thing where that was the only thing you could do? The only thing you could do was kill. Basically, I mean, what would you do in that situation, right? Now, I think a lot of by the way, I do want to relay, is that a lot of these things that I'm bringing up, I think are very subjective to people, right? Because what I have heard from many believers, you can even YouTube this, right? You type in video game things on YouTube. Is it okay to kill people in video games and stuff like this? And here's where it gets a little confusing, right? Because I have heard some believers that they say, oh yeah, it's all good, you know, it's okay as long because it's not real life, right? And because it's not real life, then it's okay, right? As long as it's not affecting your like walk with Christ and things of that nature. But I think where some of these pastors they don't bring up is they don't bring up, okay, so what happens about the other thing? Like, what about like lusting and all these other things? And would that be okay since it's not in real life? And I'm just kind of just like, well, that's kind of strange that you're like allowing like killing and stealing and all these things, but then you're not allowing certain other things. So it's just kind of like, and it does confuse me. I think it confuses a lot of people because nobody even really responded to me. That's the funny thing. No one even really responded to me. So, but it's just weird, right? It's just very strange to me, and I don't know. So that's why I've been kind of trying to put more of my energy now into just riding my bike, because I feel like riding the bike, it's just kind of like, kind of just do it. Maybe plant some seeds of faith or something. But let's keep reading this one about loving our enemies, right? I feel like this is going to be a very interesting one. Let's see here. I play Worms Armageddon. My girls get on about me killing worms, but I try to keep them alive and use Earthquake to send them swimming with the... Actually, that's kind of funny. I used to play that game as well. Now it's just strange, right? Now I'm wondering. Now I know many believers, they don't even think about it, right? But I just feel like what would be really weird is then just like, I don't know. It's just weird doing these Bible studies, man. And it's just weird. It's just strange, because I just feel like, man, I would get convicted if some believer would tell me to do a Bible study right now on loving my enemies, and then right after this I just go out and just kill a bunch of people maybe in a virtual world, right? And it's just like, what in the world, bro? That would just be so, like, I don't know if I could handle that. Like, I don't know if I could do that. And the other thing I think is, I also have to bring up, is I also think there's another element to it, right? Because of the technology that we have, right? Because of the technology where we can kill people with a touch of a switch, right? Like, literally, you can have like 2 pounds, maybe even half a pound of pressure, and you could pull the trigger, right, and kill somebody, right? Now, the thing is that now, what if, I have heard, this is another controversial take, right? Because you know how we're called to love our enemies. But what happens if someone, say, breaks into your home and threatens your family? Like, should you shoot, and what if, like, they were going to kill your family or something like that, right? Should you shoot that person in the head or something like that? And that's the whole, it's kind of controversial, right? But I think in an element, because of where our technology is at the moment, I think we do have the right to, in some degree, to protect ourselves and stuff like that, right? And it's just so weird to me thinking about this, right? But yeah, it actually really scares me nowadays, just because of where technology is at and the level of how fast we can kill individuals. I mean, it is flat out insane to me, right? Because I like drawing a lot of like knights and things of this nature, and a lot of things within the RPG realm. But the thing is that what's weird about like guns and stuff is that you could probably give a gun to like a baby right now, and it could kill a grown person. Like, how crazy is that, right? But like back in the day, if you were to give a 100-pound bow even to a child, right, they probably couldn't pull back a 100-pound bow, whether they like it. They're probably just going to hit you with a stick or something like that, right? Or like giving them a heavy sword or something like that, right? But what's so crazy now is now you can hand a person literally a gun, and they could just go on a rampage. Just like all they have to do is be able to have half a pound of pressure to pull that trigger, and they can just kill a bunch of people, right? That is just insane to me, right? And it's actually just so, it just weirds me out. And there's something, and then you throw psychology in the mix of all this stuff. You deal with people that are like, maybe in mental distresses, maybe they can't handle their emotions well, maybe they don't even realize that they have mental disorders, maybe they don't even know, maybe they could even be intoxicated, right? How many people have died just because they have been intoxicated and got into a fight and then just ended up shooting somebody in the head? It's actually wild to think about, man. And it's so crazy because I feel like what I'm bringing up doesn't really seem that important. It probably doesn't seem important at all. Well, I mean, maybe to me it seems important. But the thing is if you look at like the statistics of like prison, like people that are in prison for like killing people, for people that are like literally in prison right as we speak, right? Bro, there's so many elements of just like people that have gone to prison for doing things of just like, just they changed their entire life just because they pulled a little trigger and they killed. Maybe sometimes they even accidentally killed somebody, right? And I'm like, holy moly, bro, like that, does that not trip anybody else out? Because that trips me out, man. I don't know, man. It's a trip, dude. It Let's see here. And that, chess is violent for sure. That is abstract. And that's the other weird thing, is because I feel like, even like chess, take chess for example, right? It's kind of like, in some weird way, it's like almost like an RTS, right? Like a real-time strategy game. I guess, in some degree, maybe it's it's a turn-based strategy game, right? But what's weird is that maybe it's even the graphical sense right now, right? Like, how crazy is graphics going to get? Is it going to get to the point where we can no longer even, like, know what is even reality and what is even not reality anymore from, like, virtual reality and stuff? I don't know. It's weird, man. It's I don't know. It's weird, dude. I apologize for saying this so much. And by the way, I don't even know, like, what is the right side of the road, because I've heard believers say, oh, well, it's okay to kill in video games, and as long as you're not doing it in real life, right? But then sometimes it confuses me, so I'm like, okay, well, if it's not real life, is it okay to, like, do all these other sins if it's not in real life, right? In a video game, right? Is that okay then? or like, and then the other aspect, then you have other believers that go like, they're full on staunch, just like, don't do this, it's not okay, you should stay away from it and stuff like this. And where I'm at right now is I kind of feel like I'm just in the middle of the road, because that's what I used to do on the video game streams. I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna try to play this game as a pacifist. Okay, I'm gonna try and play but I'm also gonna play this game normally, so I can show both of the examples, right? Because I don't know which side of the thing I'm on, right? Let's continue on this thing, because I'm kind of like tripped out now. What is this going to say? Okay. Jesus said we are to love our enemies. He was creating a new standard for relationships. He proclaimed to the crowds listening to his Sermon on the Mount that they knew they were to love their neighbor, because the command of God was to love our neighbor was the law of God in Leviticus 19:18. That we must therefore hate our enemy. Okay, wait, I just read that. I apologize that. Let's see here. But Jesus replaced the idea with even a higher standard. Love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that they may be sons of your Father in heaven, in Matthew 5:44 through 45. Jesus goes on to explain that loving those who love us is easy, and even unbelievers can do that. Then he commands us to be perfect, therefore your heavenly Father is perfect, in Matthew 5:43 through 48. Jesus explained to his followers that they should adhere to the real meaning of God's law by loving their enemies as well as their neighbors. A Pharisee once asked Jesus, "Who is my neighbor?" in Luke 10:29. Jesus then told the parable of the Good Samaritan. Here Jesus taught his followers must demonstrate love to all kinds of people, no matter what faith, nationality, or personalities, enemies included. Dude, that is so crazy. I mean, it's like, man, it's so, even just reading that right there, I feel like that is like, isn't that crazy? I mean, it's like, it seems so simple to read. I'm going to be really honest. It's really simple to read this right here. But to actually, like, demonstrate that, it's definitely it's very perplexing, actually. See, here Jesus taught that his followers must demonstrate love to all kinds of people, no matter what faith, nationality, or personality, enemies included. Man, that is wild, huh? If you love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, then truly reveal that Jesus is the Lord of your life. By using an illustration of the sun rising and the rain falling on both good and evil, Jesus shows God's undiscriminating love to all people. His disciples must then reflect his character and exhibit the same undiscriminating love for both friends and enemies. Jesus is teaching us that we must live by a higher standard than what the world expects. A standard that is impossible for us to attain by our own efforts. It's only through the power of God's Spirit that his people can truly love and pray for those who are intended to harm them. In Romans 12:14 through 21. Finally, after giving us the admonition to love our enemies, Jesus then gives us this command: be perfect, therefore, as your heavenly Father is perfect, in Matthew 5:48. As sons of your Father, in Matthew 5:45. We are to be perfect, even as he is perfect. This is utterly impossible for a sinful man to achieve. This unattainable standard is exactly what the law itself demanded in James 2:10. So how can Jesus demand the impossible? He later tells us with the man this is impossible, but with God all things are possible in Matthew 19:26. That which God demands only he can accomplish, including the demand to love our enemies. What is impossible for man becomes possible for those who give their lives to Jesus Christ through the power of the Holy Spirit who lives in our hearts, right? Now, it's weird because, like, it seems like none of these commentaries really go into, like the virtual reality or something like that, right? I mean, I don't know, man. It's weird, but I wish I could just show you some examples. I mean, there are some examples. I do have some examples of how we try to do this on the, when I used to stream video games, right? And it's just kind of hilarious, honestly, thinking about it. But it's just weird, man. But who knows? I mean, maybe sometimes I'd like to maybe even think is maybe God's just like maybe leading me away from certain things. Like maybe, because I feel like maybe certain, and here's another thing that I actually get tripped up on as well. Because sometimes I like to think, because I know I've met some believers that like would bring up like the Archangel Michael, like what if like the Archangel Michael's like helping to strengthen us up, right, and stuff like that. Because if you look into Revelations, the Archangel Michael is actually to battle Satan, right? He's actually going to slay Satan. So, in that degree, I mean, I'm not saying that we are the Archangel Michael, but sometimes I truly wonder, like, what does the Archangel Michael think about this? And also, we also have to bring in the fact, it actually is starting to make me think about the whole meekness aspect, right? Now, a lot of people think about being meek as being, like, a pushover, or being, like, somebody that, like, you're always just getting stepped on, or you're just very fragile and stuff like this. But from what I've been hearing from some pastors, actually many pastors, is that the word meekness is actually in the realm of like withholding your strength. Like being able to withhold your strength even though you could kill somebody, right? Like even though you could destroy somebody. Like imagine if there was like imagine if you were like in a fight or something like this, right? And you had somebody coming up to you and they're punching you. What if they're even spitting on you in the face? And you're just holding your ground, bro. Like, you're not even angry. You're like, okay, bro, I'm not even going to fight you because I could kill this person. Like, I could literally just kill this person right now. And I'm not even going to fight. I'm not even going to get angry at this person because I could seriously damage this person, right? In some weird way, that's like being meek, right? Like, you're not going to just explode in things of this nature, right? And it's kind of weird thinking about that. And sometimes it also makes me think about... Sometimes it even makes me think about like the peacekeeper aspects about certain role-playing games, because if you start noticing like the items that you get when like, because there's some certain items if you play role-playing games, right, they call it the peacekeeper or the peacemaker, right? And what's weird about these items is sometimes the peacemaker or the peacekeeper, they're like these very, very, very strong items. Maybe not all the time, maybe, I mean, I guess you do level up and certain things like kind of like fall out of being at the top of whatever item that you have. But the thing is I have noticed that if you do get to certain levels, you're like, oh, I got the peacemaker, bro, and it's like this crazy gun or something like that, right? But it's kind of interesting thinking about that because, like, imagine if there were two warring parties, right? Like, what if there's, like, I wouldn't say warring party, I mean, that could be the case, but what if there were, like, just two people fighting, right? But what if you were a person with a gun or something like that, and you're like, hey, man, you guys need to stop fighting because you guys are going to kill yourself or something like that, right? You guys are going to kill each other. And what if they didn't have the weapon, but you had the weapon, and you're like, okay, now I'm going to be the arbiter of the peace, and I'm going to stop these people from fighting each other, but then now you are kind of like that in that weird aspect. Now, this is actually something I can't really find too many sermons or commentaries on. I probably don't make any sense at all, but the thing is I have observed this, and I might not be doing the best job of relaying my words of how to describe this scenario, but I find that is actually very interesting, right? So, who knows, like, it's very odd. Okay, let's see here. Creative Feast say, I play chess and worms for strategy. but I definitely am turned off on COD and other first-person shooters. I mean, I used to play a bunch of Overwatch. You know, like in my mind, sometimes even when I played a lot of Overwatch and stuff, and other first-person shoot, I would always think, oh well, I'm saving this person. Because what if you're put in that? And that's the other weird thing that I feel like I'm curious of what other believers would think of, is what if you were a sniper, right? Like, what if you were a sniper and you had a friend over here and you saw an enemy or something coming in and they're going to chop your friend's head off or something like that? Are you going to take that person out, or are you just going to watch it unfold in the sniper scope? I feel like in my own action, I would probably want to help my friend out, right? If I had that ability to save my friend, because I guess that kind of goes into, what do you do in that sort of situation? And sometimes I would think about that when I would play certain first-person shooter games and stuff like that, right? I don't know if most other, I'm actually curious, like, it would be very interesting to just, like, get into the mind of people, or just even believers, that are maybe playing certain games where maybe the only thing you have to do is just resort to violence. It'd just be very interesting, being like, oh, well, what do you think about this? Or what do you think about this verse and this and this? And like, they'd probably just think I was crazy. But like, so I don't know, man. The more I get deeper into some of these scriptures, man, I don't know, man. Sometimes I get these weird, like, gut, like, convictions about it. And I'm just like, huh. Like, maybe I should, like, instead of having this subtle conviction, maybe I should just, like, put my energy into, like, say, like, riding my bike or something like that, or, like, drawing or something, like... I don't know, I probably just seem really crazy, though, but oh well. You're basically seeing my own conflict. You're basically hearing my own conflict, even with some of these verses, right? And what's weird about it is that I've talked to many believers on it, and it just kind of seems like believers are either on this side or on this side, or they kind of just don't even know what to think about it. And, it's like weird. And then imagine that, and then imagine if we don't know what to think about all this stuff. But then what happens if we get to the point of technology where we can no longer even really tell what is reality and what is fake anymore, right? What if we had like some sort of like eyeglass things that just implants into our mind or something like that, and it's like some weird Matrix thing. Oh my goodness. Sorry everybody, this Bible study was very challenging. I don't even know where I don't know how I went into who is my neighbor into, man, dude, this Bible study was very, very challenging. I'm not even lying. Like, this one was, it's just so challenging because I don't know the exact answer on some of these things, and that's the thing. And I feel like there is a subjective level of your own moral judgment about what you have to do in certain situations. And sometimes these situations are really fast. So I think that also plays into a part, is like, because of certain situations and how fast we have to react to certain situations, especially the way how a person can die by a pull of a trigger, what would that do to somebody's moral judgment on taking out an enemy if they were going to harm maybe potentially somebody that was innocent or somebody that was even your friend, right? Does that make... I probably make no sense whatsoever, but I don't even know. I don't know, man. I'm wondering what other believers would think about this, but I probably just seem really crazy. But does this make sense? I feel like it makes sense to me, but I don't know. Okay, that's that. Okay, yeah. I mean, even take for example this car. I mean, it sounds straight up ridiculous, right? But even take this, for example, this card game right here, right? MTG. If you play MTG, man, most people that play this game, they're just full on, they're trying to win, you know? They want to take down the life total to 0 or something like that, right? But the thing is how we're playing it right now, it's like, I wouldn't even consider this play, I'm just doing a draw, right? And in some ways, this could even be a way of, how we're doing it right here, is this maybe almost the pacifistic way of playing MTG or something like that, right? What's interesting is all the real soldiers who come back from war and the real trauma who actually lived out Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that's the other weird thing is actually, yeah, there's actually been many soldiers as well that came back and they became pastors and stuff like that. And actually now you bring up another interesting, there's actually this author, he wrote War and Peace. His name's Leo Tolstoy, actually. And he actually experienced some of these things because he was like a general in the war or something. And then like what ended up happening is they started drafting all these Christians and stuff like this. And then, I don't know, they got all tripped out. But yeah, that actually is a big one, right? Because I kind of wanted to play WoW again. And I do have the pacifist character on WoW. But honestly, it's like when I play the pacifist character on WoW, it's almost like so boring that it's just like I don't even want to play anymore. And I'm just like, ugh, you know, like. So just like, I'm just like, all right, I'm just gonna go draw or something like that, right? And yeah, so. Also, you can heal in that game, so. But yeah, it's kind of weird. Very strange. Very strange. This Bible study, I apologize, everybody. It was hard. Yesterday it was actually kind of went by smooth because it was kind of more of an easier topic. But today's Bible study, you gotta please take it with a giant grain of salt. Take it with the biggest chunk of salt because I don't even know what I feel like we've just entered into this really difficult realm to talk about. I don't know what, I guess just love. I mean, sometimes it's probably just blunt as it is. Like, how crazy would it be if Jesus was just like menting? How crazy would it be if that was just how blunt Jesus wanted it? Just treat your neighbor as yourself. If you treat your enemy as if you're treating your enemy as yourself, you're killing your enemy. Expect for you to be killed, right? Would that just be the? I mean, maybe. How crazy if it was that simple, right? If you're gonna do certain things, then maybe just expect that very same stuff's gonna happen, right? I don't know, right? I don't know, dude. I guess we should try and be like peacemakers and stuff like that, right? And how do we really do that, right? What is that one? What's that verse called again? Peacemaker, sons of God, or something like that. It's like, how do we really do that, right? Matthew 5:9. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. Now I think that's just very challenging, man. Like, that's just like, you know what I'm thinking about it now? Because what do peacemakers have to be good at? They have to be good at talking. They have to be good at, like, negotiation, right? You have to be good at negotiating both parties. Like, I can only imagine. What if you were caught in this situation? What if two of your friends were just fighting, and you're friends with both of them, right? What would you do in that situation, right? You'd be like, hey, man, you're not just going to, like, and what if it got to the point where they're going to kill each other? Like, what if someone brings out a knife, and then the other one brings out a gun or something like that? What are you going to do in that? Are you just going to let them just kill each other? Or are you going to be, like, some sort of arbiter of trying to stop the situation from evolving? I don't really know, right? I feel like, but I guess that is something to think about deeply. I think what also trips me out about this Bible study, is because I've also met, like, people, like, when I was living out in Long Beach, right? You know, I've met people that, like, got out of prison and, you know, they did some very bad crimes and, you know, they said they beat people up and stuff like that, and that's why they got into prison and stuff like that. And, you know, then they turned their life over to Christ, and now they're all zealous for the Bible and stuff like that. So, I mean, I've never been to prison, but sometimes, like, I think about that too, and I just think about the harm that violence has caused upon certain people's lives, where they got put into jail because they, you know, just because they got in an argument, someone pulled out a gun, they shot him. You know, something as simple as that. I know it sounds crazy, but, like, you know, and then it just totally transformed their life, and just in a matter of, you know, maybe even minutes, your entire life could be transformed. And just meeting some of these people and just how, and they're scary. They're not like these like, they're like fully tattooed. They have tattoos on their face and everything. They're just like they're gnarly dudes, man. They're like, and just talking to them, bro, I'm just like, man, like it's actually really crazy. And I'm really like, I don't know, man. I'm very perplexed on a lot of these topics. But I apologize to anybody that's listened to this Bible study, because this Bible study is hard. Holy moly. Anyway, let's see what we draw today. I'm curious now. What is the artwork to be drawn today? I don't know, right? All right, first card of the day. Okay, we got Simple Plains. This one reminds me of Matthew 5:14-16, right? A city set on a hill, right, cannot be hidden. Number 2, interesting, we got one with a Bible verse on it. Segovian Leviathan. Leviathan 2, can you catch him with a fishhook or run a line round its tongue? Job 41:1. Number 3. Okay. Apostle of Purifying Light. Interesting. This card actually is very interesting. Look, there's like all this like, it looks like there's just demons all around him and stuff. What a strange card, huh? Number 4, okay. Abyssin, Angel of Hope. One, two, three, 4. Number 5. Okay, interesting. Peculiar card to draw today. Test of Faith. I feel like today that's what it felt like. It sounds ridiculous, man. This Bible study was very hard, man. I'm actually curious, like, what would other people say? I feel like I said so many wrong things, so I really apologize if I said anything wrong. I really hope I'm not convicting anybody. That was not my intentions. These are just confusions that I have in my own personal season at the moment, I guess, in the faith, but I like that, right? Test of Faith. Oh, dude, you know what also reminds me of something? Isn't the lion supposed to be like peacefully laying down with the lamb or something like that? Or is that something? I know that there's a verse or something like that. 3, 4, 5. That's crazy thinking about. Now that I think about it. Huh. That kind of makes me think about a verse right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Interesting. We got hallowed ground. Dude, that's so weird. Because I know, by the way, this isn't a, man, dude, sometimes I do these card draws and they trip me out, bro. But I know I haven't, I did not pre-plan this out, but look, I know this isn't a Bible verse, but look at what it says on this. It says, on this site where Khalid's blood was spilled, let none raise a fist or deny a beggar. That's weird, huh? Man, that's weird, dude. That is a strange card, man. And I know, by the way, I also know that some believers, I know they really are tripped out about that I'm doing this stuff. This is not like a, what's it called? A tarot. I think some people think I'm doing some sort of weird tarot. I've never even done a tarot in my entire life. I've never had those cards and stuff. This is just, so there's so many of these artworks for this game and stuff like this, right? What's weird about this game is a believer got me into playing this game. A believer got me into this, right? And what's also weird is there's a bunch of believers that actually do some of the artwork for this game, and it's just, and I don't know, it's just weird, and I don't know, man. And even just like this card, it's just weird that they put a cross on it, or they put like faith or something in the words or something. It trips me out. Holy moly. Be right, I just think I'm crazy. Oh well. Maybe I am crazy. Oh my goodness, man. These Bible studies are brutal, dude. Holy Toledo. Today's Bible study was brutal. Okay, let's do this card draw. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to the card draw of the day, where we get to observe some artwork. Today we drew a Plains, Segovian Leviathan, Apostle of Purifying Lights, Avicen Angel of Hope, Test of Faith, Hollowed Ground. And for the last card of the day, it's always like cracking open an Easter egg. Let's see what we drew. Oh, interesting. Angel of Vitality, done by Johannes Vaz. Interesting. This dude used to be a big sketchbook form on conceptart.org, and it's crazy that he started working for this company, huh? Angel of Vitality. I like that. I like that word, vitality. I also like this card right here. Test of Faith. Anyway, everybody, I hope you guys try your best and have fun, and continue to try and help and encourage everybody that you're around. Very well. Okay, let's see if this one worked out. Oh my goodness, man. I almost like, it sounds weird, but I'm almost just like, kind of like embarrassed by this Bible study that I did today. Just because like, it was just really, really hard, man. Like I feel like it's just very challenging. There's a lot of puzzle pieces today, so this almost feels like a max rep day for Bible study. That's kind of what it felt like today. So who knows? I guess maybe I should treat it as good then, because, you know, if I'm not struggling with something, then maybe I'm not growing, right? It's maybe like working out, right? If you're not struggling, then maybe you're, maybe not going anywhere. Anyway, I love this. This card's amazing, though. Look at this. Angel of Vitality. It kind of makes me think about healers. Maybe that's what you guys can do. If you guys do play video games, maybe you guys can play a healer. You know, maybe, play a healer. What an interesting hand today. And I hope you guys can start seeing like why I've chosen these cards, right? Now, I don't have all of the cards, right? But I've chosen these cards specifically because, I don't know, man. I don't know about you guys, but for me, it just like kind of just motivates. It sounds weird that it motivates me, but I'm just like, dude, let's keep going. Like, because it kind of helps my visual vocabulary out. Because unfortunately, a lot of people's visual vocabulary within the faith is very negative, right? It's very, very negative visual vocabulary. And if you can kind of get a glimpse of my visual vocabulary, I'm thinking about like this stuff. I don't know, man. Oh, let's see. My bad. I didn't read your comment. You said, my daughter was scared one night about the bad people getting her. I was like you. Do you know the pastors and church goers were those bad people who got touched? She was really like, she couldn't even see them. Like, oh, interesting, huh? Intriguing. Intriguing. Now the thing is, I also do get questions. I have gotten questions of, why do I draw these paladins and people that wear this armor, and stuff like that? Well, I'd like to even think about it as maybe like protection, or them getting protected by the demons. Let's see if this then. Oh wait a minute! I gotta take it off the. Darn, my internet might go out actually. I forgot I gotta take it off of the Wi-Fi to upload this onto my Instagram. For some reason it hasn't been uploading my stories. I wonder if I'm like, I wonder if something happened. Huh. Intriguing. Let's chug some coffee and yeah. Cheers, everybody. All right, what are we going to try and learn today? I kind of want to try and learn funky chicken tail whips. Let's do this. Wow, that Bible study is brutal. Man, people are just think I'm crazy. Oh well. Oh well. We're going to try not to be ashamed of the gospel, right? So, just going to have to just go for it. We're just sending it now. Man, these things do not upload, huh? Oh. Just a little bit. Let's see here. Cultivating growth. I like that. I like your name, D. That thing's cool. Okay, let's practice the bicycle now. I want to get a 5 whip today. Let's do that. Yeah, for some reason I barely lost any PSI today. I need to check my chain a little bit. Did I tie my chain open? What the heck? Oh, that thing's like hitting my chain. That's weird. War in Babylon. That's what this song's called. War in Babylon. Let's see here.
listen to the song, everybody. I know it doesn't have any lyrics, but if you can think of some lyrics for this song, it's called War. War in Babylon. I like it though. Cool song. Thanks, Creative Fit. Start off with some fireworks, fire hydrants. You get a fiber today. Cranks loose. Trigger's hard. I feel like you gotta be in like the right mindset. You have to like be on like, it's kind of like this weird mental trick, it almost feels like. Like I feel like if I'm a little slow, it makes this trick slow. You just gotta be on it. Yeah, I flipped it to fitness. I think I did. I don't know what it is. Dude, what is wrong with this trick? I'm like slow today. What's wrong with me? Try a locomotive. Brutal. We need that in my hands better. Hate it. That was 8 right there. Man, it's gonna be hard on my bike today. Today might just be a brutal day all across the board. Cause some days flatland's like I get in this flow state of flatland. Today might be one of these hard days in flatland as well, just like the Bible study. Actually, I don't think I actually did one on you. That was a good call. The knee without an ACL. This knee right here. Basically the only reason why I'm riding flat. Actually, not the only reason. But one of the big reasons why I'm riding flatland, unfortunately, is because of the darn injury. Oh well. Man, got me, I guess, learning flatland, so that's cool. It took tearing my ACL to make me learn flatland. That's ridiculous, huh? Out of it. We're out of it today. I don't think of like some other stuff I haven't been doing lately. I haven't really been doing like the grind stuff. Beautiful. but not warming up. And I need to start warming. I mean, that's why I try and warm up the knee. I like the only thing that really warm up. I feel like I just lost this trick. Like I learned the trick and then I lost it again. I guess I can use it. Just gotta do it right. Had whiplash, messed mine. How'd you get the whiplash? Was it from like car accident? I guess we could try and learn the hang 10 no hander better like Luke. Guy elbowed me in the chin playing basketball. Man. Today's a brutal day, I can tell. I don't even think I'm gonna land. I might not even land anything today. Dude, I'm like so close to hitting that ledge, it's crazy. look like. Brutal. Brutality. I don't think I'm ever going to get that trick down.
We've always valued the long run. It's why our actively managed funds can help you achieve the goals you have now.
Come on, locomotive, locomotive. Yeah, if you don't do it perfect, it like doesn't work. I feel like you have to you cannot mess up. It's ridiculous. Either I think I'm leaning to one side or the other too much, I think. I can do it. What about back there? Out of it. Well, I'm not going to give up. Keep grinding. Today's just a hard day, I guess. Oh, I was the Undertaker. It took me like 10 minutes to land the line. Actually, no, it took me 30 minutes. 30 minutes to land the first line. Which I was really janky, but oh well. It was something. Let's actually see. I'm going to look at the weather real quick. Actually, I haven't even. What's funny is I haven't even used these tires outside yet. I have a quick little session outdoors. Funny, I haven't ridden these tires out here. Vitamin D, no, it's kind of shady right now. I wish there was a bunch of sun, but it's kind of shady at the moment. But it looks cool. The thing is, it's like, the reason why I don't ride out here too much is because it's not a completely level surface, so I can't really learn some of the tricks that I normally do. But it's okay. Let's see here. Oops. Why is that a little sketchy? There we go. There. Side. Welcome to the middle of nowhere. Welcome to living nowhere.
Making a change is never easy, but having Zen shipped directly to your door definitely makes it more convenient. Give Zen a spin for fresh nicotine satisfaction. Anywhere, anytime. No smoke, no...
Let's see. I'm trying to see, like, if it would catch it. I'm trying to attempt here. Look at that angle. I haven't tested these tires out here. Let's check that. Tight again. We do a Vader no-hander. Or should I do it like right in the middle? What does that look like? I used to be able to do the Vader no-hander pretty good, but we lost him. We lost him. Oh, looks sketchy. I think I've seen someone do like a Vader, like a Canadian 540 Vader no-hander, which is insane. I don't know what I was going after the other one. I feel like my internet always gets sketchy out here. Maybe it doesn't load out here. done that. So long. Right. Just gotta lock it in there. I think I missed the sunset.
If you're a teenage girl living almost anywhere in rural Africa,
3, 2, 1.
go to school entirely.
What's up, man? How are you? How you been?
Good, man. Yeah. I'll take care of my bag now.
Oh, yeah.
Can't even ride right now. I'm out of it. Change the music. What is this? Hidden Island.
Creating the best performing irons for every player.
Keep like losing it. The sky's all weird. I don't really go. What up, Joe Fate? How you doing, dude? Oh, that thing looks sketchy. I wonder if I could do it like more straight up. Are you kidding me? I almost did it. That was it. Oh no. That was it right there. Combo going for. Oh yeah. Darn it. How are we gonna land this today? Are you kidding me? Love the view, thanks, Sam. Yeah, I haven't been riding out here too much. Kind of learn more in the garage. It sounds weird, but I actually learn more in the garage because it's like a level surface. This is kind of more like bank riding. Fun nonetheless. You guys don't even need to watch the stream. I'm just using this to help plant some seeds of faith. It seems like seeds of faith have already been watered, and I you guys. Let's see how I land this. Oh, I'm scared of it again. So close. I don't know why I'm doing the tail up at the end. Man, I've almost landed that like 5 times. Hi, lady.
It's like a carrot on a stick, man. I almost landed it like 5 times. Should be able to do it. Man, that was a battle. That was fun. We landed the maneuver.
Better designs make more profit when it comes to print on demand. And now you can make pro-quality designs without any technical skills or software. All you need is your brain and to open your web browser.
It's just fun, like harnessing all your energy into landing something. Let's see here. It'll be easier to invite folks to the Bible study once he's affiliated. I don't even think I'm ever going to get affiliated. Because what I've been hearing is from other streamers is once you get affiliated, if you don't have a lot of viewers, like it actually hurts your channel because people don't want to watch the ads. There was a time where I was super close. I was like 2 points from getting affiliated. I kind of want to get this like thing right here. Just kind of don't want to like. Let's go. Let's see if we can get this clip over here. Like this gnarly sunset right here. Whoa, look at that, dude. That's cool, huh? See where I should do it at. Right here. I wish there was just a filmer here. Let me do it right here. Did I do it? I landed it, but guessing. I gotta do it like a little bit more down here. Let's just do a decade. Let's see what that just looks like. Cool thumbnail. That might be it. Can't go wrong with just a good decade clip, man. Just an old school, that old school maneuver, bro. I feel like everybody should just be doing this trick. I honestly thought this trick was kind of easy to learn, but I think I've been more people just doing it everywhere. This is a weird looking trick. Let's see if we do let's see if we could actually just get something like this over here. How the heck did I fall on that? I did the first maneuver, fell on the other one. Man, look at how fast it went away. That was literally 2 clips that went away. Glory be to the Lord. Okay, well, here's that. Sometimes I wonder if I lived in a city, if I would even gotten into Flatland. I feel like just because I'm so isolated out here that it just kind of forced me into just riding Flatland, kind of. I mean, I do live by some skate parks, but I don't know, I gotta like drive to them. Probably didn't.
This project is going to be a different ballgame. Well, that's what I used to say. You see, there's the project on paper, and then there's reality. Deadlines, sleepless nights.
Well, let's see here. In streaming, how much would you be doing? Wait, let's see here. What you guys talking about? It will be easier to invite.
What's installed, what's still missing, what's been delayed, and where. Keeping track of every task and everything.
I wish I had the internet where I could just stream anywhere. That'd be cool. But it's actually really expensive. You need like, it's like $700 or something like that, and you have to carry around this big backpack thing. And it has like four phones, and they put both of the phones, they put all of the phones, and you use all of the internet for all of the phones, and it puts it into this one. And that's how these people are streaming anywhere. But I think you need to buy like a different service provider or something too. I don't really know. All I know is it's expensive. But that's how you see those people doing it. All right, we're gonna go back inside. It's kind of funny because like from here and where I used to live in Long Beach, it's like this is like the complete opposite. Like in Long Beach, like you would see like 500 new people every single day. And like here, it's like, bro, I see like the same people. Like I don't even, there's barely even anybody here. There's only been 2 cars that have driven by. Oh well, the view's cool. I gotta like start just getting some gnarly views just with the mountains and stuff. I'm back inside. It's not even snowy. I feel like it should be snowy right now. It's actually, dude, I've been just riding without a sweater, bro. I feel like normally it's like super cold right now and like snowy, but for some reason it's like, I guess it's not snowing. It's weird. It like feels like it's not even wintertime. By the way, this is my parents' house. I don't make enough money to even have a house. But I've been noticing that actually a lot of streamers actually just parents' house. So if you guys are thinking I'm just like loaded or something. That was fun. I haven't ridden outside in a long time, actually. It's kind of hilarious. What time is it? Let's see, we got 3 clips. Let's see, what am I doing here? I had something in here. Let's read some scriptures. Just multitask.
Whoever brings blessing will be enriched, and he who waters will himself be watered. Just randomly open the Bible. That's the verse that we covered. Actually, that we didn't even cover that one today. Whoever brings blessing will be enriched, and he who waters will himself be watered. Look, we actually found a combo. Isn't there a combo that says, I planted, Apollos watered, but the Lord gave the increase? So what does that mean? He who waters will himself be watered, right? So if we water other people's faith, maybe our faith will be watered in return. Let's look at that. Isn't that crazy? This is what's cool about the Bible. You can just do it anywhere. Bro, you can literally have no arms and no legs and get in the Bible. There's that one dude. If you guys don't know who that guy... Do you know who that one guy is? Bro, there's this dude. He doesn't have any arms. He doesn't have any legs. And he's like a pastor, bro. That dude, bro. That dude was about to kill himself. Dude has a crazy testimony. Holy moly, bro. Imagine living your life like that. That dude is insane, bro. I feel like most people... Dude, the amount of pain that dude has probably felt in his life can't even... Man. I feel so bad, dude. It's just so gnarly. Let's see here. What's that verse that I was going to bring up? Oh, yeah. Apollos watered. Apollos watered. So it's like we could do a little Bible study right here, man. It's so crazy. It's so crazy just like the streaming technology, bro. Like, boom, you can plant a seed right there, you know? Like whatever you're doing. I planted, Apollos watered, but God gave the growth. Oh, did I say it wrong? Oh, I guess it's not the Lord. I'm actually glad I looked at it. It's God that gave the growth. We're out here just planting seeds. Let's do some shepherd singing. Done some of this in a while. I wonder if I should, man, maybe I should show the thing that I was working on. I was trying to play this pacifist paladin in Diablo 2. I wonder if I should be showing none of it. Some ammo. So we made this shepherd sling. Got one piece of paracord. We're using some paper towel, rolled up paper towel. And then there's that target right there. Try and hit. Darn, I just messed it up. This little pouch thing's a little messed up. Here's lots of ammo. There it is. I haven't done this in a bit of time. I'm a little rusty. A tad bit rusty.
2, 1.
These clients seem well progress.
Probably seems kind of boring, but oh well. It's hard. Dang, this thing's broken. What's wrong with this thing? Where'd the ammo go? Look, ammo everywhere. Scattered about. Here it is. Let's do it. When you actually do it with the rocks, it's gnarly. Like, cause like I'm doing it with just with a paper towel, but if you do it with an actual rock, man, you just like feel the weight of it, bro. Like you get decent damage. Oh, so close. I almost hit the target right there on the bike. These lines are actually hard. Hitting the target into a BMX line with the shepherd sling. What's cool about the shepherd sling is it's like, see how like it almost like kind of fits your bars, you know? And you, like it's almost just like boom, like you just like you can like use the shepherd sling on the bike. It's hilarious. Like you can legitimately like hold it like this. See? Oh, so close. Come on. Ammo's kind of messed up. Thing's hard, bro. It's crazy because people that are actually really good at it, they would like hit this every single time. But it's not like just like a gun or something. Like you have to like practice this thing a lot to like get good at it. Alright, I'm giving up. This thing is challenging. But it's kind of funny because this thing right here, what's crazy about it is you could just like put this in your pocket. But it's also kind of funny because it kind of reminds me, because like this thing is just so hard, it reminds me of the fire hydrant. It reminds me of this trick, because you know like when you're swinging around like this, like, you're like this, you're like, it kind of reminds me of like the fire hydrant, this trick right here. It reminds me of that trick because you're like, why is that trick so inconsistent? I don't know. But that trick is really inconsistent. I don't know why. Okay, doing good. You just get to watch me fail over and over and over again. Man, today's Bible study is brutal. See, the thing is, I never did this bike riding thing. I probably would have deleted that stream, but oh well. Let's see, we do what do we call it? A flail. I'm gonna do a double flail, hopefully. The double flail kind of reminds me of the shepherd's song too. Oh, that was it. Close to new cigar. That trick's hard, man. When people do it, they make it look really easy. But like the subtlest little movement changes that entire trick. It's literally insane. Come on. What am I doing wrong? There's the new cigar.
fun though. It's fun trying to attempt to do it, but I'm like doing it the easy way too. There's actually a harder way to do it. I'm doing it the easy way. I feel like my stream's lagging. So it's not. Do I ever run a speed test on there? I have like a little kilobytes thing, I can see it. And I normally tell if it's like red on OBS, it's on OBS. And normally if it's like red or yellow, I know it's like slow, but other than that, I don't really test it. Why is that trick so hard? Almost. Just gonna restart the phone. Guess maybe we'll try to draw something. Something good though. Interesting. No way, are all these songs copyright free? Let's do it. Man, the trick is gnarly. Shout out to anybody that has this consistently. This trick is brutal. Maybe I just think it's brutal, but this thing just feels impossible, bro. And I just messed my bike up. Darn it. But there we go. So you have to have the perfect speed, I think. Come on. You have to just start it right. I feel like the starting is just so important. You get the triple. I'm trying to get the seven whip. One day it's going to happen in here. Hopefully. We're going to get the 7 whip. I give up. We give up. That trick's one today. I didn't land one today. I always practice it. This is a trick I practice almost every day. But I feel like I'm just stuck on this weird plateau. I'm not getting better at it. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I think it might be my bike geometry. Or something. Because I feel like when I see a lot of people are doing a lot of them, they have like this really small stem. And I'm wondering if that like affects like your taillips or something. Double flail. Try that one. I feel like some tricks you just have to be like in the right mindset. Cause like you can't like, you have to be like in the mindset of just going with it. Just, you can't mess it up. Brutal.
If you're finally ready to take a trip without the kids.
3, 2, 1. We got to draw soon. I think I've only landed, I landed like 2 clips. Or actually, no, I actually landed a couple clips today. So, it wasn't all for naught. Let's try some locomotives before we end the stream. Or not end the stream, before I get into the drawing. That trick is insane. This trick is brutal. I don't know why it's so hard. It's just hard. Maybe I just think it's hard, but I feel like I can't do it anymore.
because I lowered my seat a little bit. I don't see it. Dude, how was I doing it the other day and I can't do it anymore? Isn't that crazy? I was doing it the other week. You can't even get into it anymore. Man, you just gotta like commit to it. I think that's like what I'm not committing to the cross. Insane, bro. This trick has taken me 2.5 years to learn. What's funny about this trick is it's just like, this trick is just super lame to most people, but it's like super hard for me. I don't know why. I just wanted to learn it because it looked like a cross. That's the only reason why I wanted to learn it. But like, if you see a lot of people doing this trick, like they barely get any views. I think people just think this trick's lame, but this trick is hard, man. This thing took 2.5 years of my life, bro. It's hilarious. Maybe that's why they call it the locomotive. It just makes you go crazy. It makes you go loco. What is wrong with me? It might just be the ride that I'm doing too. Alright. I haven't gotten a good one in like, I've only landed one. Actually no, I've landed 3 so far. Only have landed 3 of these things. I would have landed it if I was outside. That's close. I'm happy with that. Happy with that one. At least I know I can still kind of do it. You just gotta like, you almost just gotta like, you just almost gotta do it blind. Like you just gotta like, just do it blind. That's almost what it feels like. Like it's like, it almost, you just gotta have blind faith or something. Very best and have fun. Very true. Now it might seem like I'm kind of frustrated right now, but this is really fun for me. I need to work on my my joyful expression. But this thing is pretty gnarly. It just kind of like, it's almost like, it's not like I'm angry or mad. It's like, it's almost like the carrot on the stick, right? Like I know I've landed this trick before. And I should be able to do it. feel like you just gotta be like fast in that first thing. I think just like this first scuff is like super important. If you mess up that first scuff, like you can't get into it. It's like weird. You have to be like fast. It's like you have to do it so fast because if you're like too slow, you just tip, you like lean, you like tip over. So you have to be like, I don't know. It's weird. Oh my goodness, bro. It's brutal. I think it also just might be my bike geometry too. I think just whatever bikes they're doing it on, it's either they have a geometry or something, or, but it's doable on here. I've landed a couple, so. Yeah, I'm like leaning to the side. Like you almost have to like do the half bar like candy. It's almost like you're doing like a candy bar. Like that's what it feels like you're doing. It's like you're doing like a candy bar half bar. And I think that's what kind of makes it hard. Oh, that's it right there. I can tell because like when you walk into it, like you can really like you can hold it, but it feels crazy though because it almost like it like feels like a trick that it shouldn't even be possible. Like you're just like, what in the world?
Want to satisfy
Yeah, the scuffing is important. I feel like if I mess up one scuff, like I lose it. Like the scuff game, like you have to be just on point. Like if I lift my foot up just a little bit too high, like it just like throws me forward. You kind of have to like just barely have your foot just like barely lifting up on there. It probably seems crazy, but that thing is hard, man. I think that's my hardest trick that I've been able to land so far, that one right there. It is literally like, it's like just absurd at this point. But other people think it's easy, I think, so that's the other thing. I think, because that's what I've been told by other flatline riders, that some flatline riders think some tricks are easy, while other people think it's hard. So I might think that this trick is actually hard, when it's probably, this might even be somebody's first trick they learn or something, I don't know, but pretty hard for me though. I gotta plug this thing in. It's a cross-looking trick, so. And there was a legend. A legend made it. So the lore on this trick is actually there's this dude named Kevin Jones. Kevin Jones is actually the inventor of this trick. The thing is he does it differently. So Kevin Jones and a lot of people, they do it this way. They actually have it. They do it.
with their back brake on the back, and they spin this way. A lot of people, when you see it, they spin this way. But I'm doing it this way because if I spin this way, that's my regular way. So I had to learn it like opposite. So I'm learning it like this way. Which is opposite for most people, but is regular for me. And the other thing is, it's like I kind of learned this trick by doing this trick. 3, 2, 1. So there's this trick, which is kind of funny because I actually think both of these tricks are just super hard, but I kind of did start learning it by doing this one. You can see what I do with my hands in the back. That's kind of like that one. And that one you have to like flip your hand around. Which is kind of weird because it seems like this one would be harder. But I feel like the locomotive's harder to get into. It's kind of weird. I'll get you on this one. Okay, I'm giving up. Too hard today. We're gonna draw a picture now. Man, that trick, it always feels like I'm like, when I'm doing either that trick or the locomotive, it feels like I'm just like on this crazy boss level. Just trying to like get past the boss. Today I couldn't do it. This trick's I basically just failed. I basically just failed 100 times right there. Oh, why are those tricks so hard? I don't know. Yeah, I guess we'll draw now. Get some paper ready. Yeah, I kind of want to still ride though. I might actually, I kind of don't even want to draw. Like riding's just so fun, man. This is kind of like the problem. Like I have to like delegate my energy. It's like, do I want to keep riding or do I want to draw? I wish I could just ride all the time, like. Because that's what's crazy is because someone told me like pro riders, they're riding for like 8 to like 14 hours a day. I'm like, what in the world, bro? Like, that's insane, bro. Like, how do you ride that long? I don't know, that's what some people said though, but. How crazy would it be if you just saw someone streaming that? That'd be insane, bro. I honestly don't think I have enough energy. Like, you need some crazy energy levels. You have to eat probably like Michael Phelps to ride like that. Because, man, imagine you rode that much, dude. You would, if you rode for 8 to 14 hours a day, you would ride more than I do an entire week. That is, one day equates to 1 week for me. That is crazy, bro. Like, that's insane. That's gnarly, dude. That's gnarly, dude. We're gonna hit the tubes, man. But that was a rare instance. I only heard like there was only like a little bit of, and I don't think they did it for a long period of time. But I did, and that's not for like other type. I think that's for specifically flatland. Some of the flat riders that were doing it. I don't know if you can really do that in terms of like other types of riding. Because what's weird about flatland is it doesn't really take too much energetic force, so you can do it for long periods of time. I think because it's kind of more just like cardio.
Whereas like street riding and like park riding, it's a lot more like it's a lot more like, I don't know. But to do it in a sustained amount of time, it'd be really weird. It'd be really crazy to see someone train just like Michael Phelps, but just on a BMX bike. Like, it would be so crazy to see, because Michael Phelps, he trained for, I think, 8 to 14 hours a day, 365 days a week, I think. He said something crazy like that. And I'm just like, what in the world, bro? That dude was a machine, man. And he would eat like 12,000 calories or something, or like 7,000 calories to get to that point. No, I'm actually 2 levels below. But that's the thing is, like, Flatland's kind of different. Like, it's like a different thing about like, Flatland's weird because, like, it's not just like there's the beginner and then the intermediate. It kind of just goes like, but that is kind of weird about Flatland, that there are those levels, because there's master and then there's pro. Actually, I don't know, right? What is masters? I don't even know what masters is at. I feel like they should just have like 3 levels. They should just have like beginner, like masters, and then pro, or something like that. But they have like beginner. They have like, I don't even remember. There's like 5 classes or something. Now the other thing is, like, normal BMX riding isn't really like that. Because generally what I've been hearing is like a pro, like for a lot of the pros, it's kind of just like, if you just like, there's some people are actually really salty at some of the pros because it's just basically just like, I don't know, but I guess it's kind of hard to say if you're pro or not, right? It is kind of cool. I think as long as you're just promoting the bike industry, I think that's what's cool about it. Just promoting bikes. What was I doing? I got sidetracked. Oh yeah, I was gonna draw. I'm like, what am I doing here? Like, what are we gonna... We're drawing a picture. Okay, let's see here. What am I doing? I'm gonna put some music on. It's like 3 hours in. Oh, actually, I might not be able to draw. I think I might have to hang out with some friends. Let's see here. Wait, I don't know if anybody's hanging out. Maybe I might have to cut this short today. Okay, what are we going to draw today? I wanted to draw a character. I've been trying to skip it, kind of like doing the P letters and then doing the character. Oh, I forgot we could watch a BMX video. Dude, streaming's a trip, bro. Isn't it crazy? It's so crazy that we're just streaming this right now. It's insane. I'm like, what in the world? Sometimes I forget I'm even streaming. Okay, let's see. We're going into art now. Art. Done. Turn this light on. By the way, I'm using this book light. I really highly suggest getting one of these book lights. These book lights are really nice because you can clamp it right here. Now the thing is that I have seen this really small book light. I want to get it. It literally looks like, it just looks like a piece of paper that's just folded. It looks like just like a little piece of paper, and I don't know where to get them, but I've seen them on the internet. Like, I saw a commercial for it, but then I never like clicked on the commercial, so I don't actually know what they're called. I need to wash my hands real quick. Okay, let's see here. What are we doing? Oh yeah, I can put on a BMX video. What BMX video am I put on today, man? Let's watch a BMX video. Okay, let's open this up. Exit out of this, exit out of this, exit out of this. Let's see here. Show more. I guess we don't need to watch a BMX video, honestly. It is kind of distracting. This is a draw today. I kind of don't want to even watch a BMX video. What are some other Jamie-isms? You're not putting me into the AI program, are you? The AI system. AI system. Should I put, I guess we'll put on a BMX video. I guess since I can, we'll just put it in the background. Let me see here. I want to like, let's see here, BMX 101. I think there was like 101 tricks or something like that. I'm trying to find something to put on. Here we go, here's the video.
The action in this video is exciting, but
I think we need to do it one more time. Come on. There we go. This plan. No, I was saying if you put me into the AI system, because I think you can put in mannerisms in an AI, something like that, right? There's a commercial. Alrighty, everybody. Welcome to the art stream, where hopefully we can defy the odds of the AI system that is upon us. Or we can bring a little bit of a human element to I don't know what I'm talking about. We're gonna draw something, okay? Basically I use all my talking in the beginning of the stream, but okay, so let's see here. I'll try and draw a figure. See, we'll start with the thumbnail. And I will start the thumbnail. Actually, I think I should just do it like this. That way you can still see it. Right? Let me look at it. Okay, yeah. If I do it right here. Let's start with a thumbnail. Start with a line of action. So we have our line of action. I guess let's zoom this up in here. Let's see what I'm doing up in here. Oh, it's kind of, can't, okay, we go. Got our line of action, very drawn, very, very small. So the reason why they call them the thumbnails because they draw them very, very tiny. Line of action, this is supposedly the spine of the figure. Now we're going to go into our torso. Pelvis. Head. These are the three movable masses of the figure. Now we will get our proportions on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. trying to think, what could we do up in here? Let's see. I'm trying to think. We're gonna try and draw a bicycle, so I know that. Generally, so why I start with the legs first, by the way, it is an element of what Bridgman used to do. If you read the Bridgman how to construct a figure book, he says you should try and draw a figure like a building, right? And so the weight of the figure is placed upon these legs, and then so you do a bunch with these hands and stuff right up in here. Something like that. I haven't read Bridgman in a long time, but I remember that's what he did mention. By the way, these tricks up in here are crazy. Oh, this is one I've been actually trying to learn. No, he's doing it the other way. But, I'm wondering, might not draw a bike, I don't know. Got a little sword, got a little Bible. Trying to do the same thing, you know. Basically, when I don't know what to draw, I basically draw just armor god stuff. Just a simple concept. Makes things easy for me. I don't have to think too much. Oh, well, I do have to think, but it's like... Okay, let's do our second layer now. I kind of want to do like a leaf knight. We've been kind of on the topic of leaf stuff, but right now we're just trying to think of the overall construction of the figure, which maybe we can put a bicycle in here, potentially. Man, I've been doing the same bike thing, haven't I? I just put the bike right there. Huh. Darn. Oh well. I'm gonna get to draw them. Let's try not to stress out. Let's just try and go for it. Okay, let's do our second layer of this thing. We're gonna do our second layer just kind of like what we started with, but now get to put a little bit more emphasis on certain things. Dude, that trick is crazy. What trick is that? I'm just like looking over, I'm like looking down, I even see like what these guys are doing. I'm like, what in the world? That dude was doing a crazy trick.
Actually, you know, I kind of want to put the sword over on this side. There we go, that looks better. I actually switched it around and she's actually going to be holding the shield. And then that way maybe a bike would be better up in there. I don't normally, I mean, the thing is you don't have to do these thumbnails, but they do help position things around. Man, this song is like way too slow for me. I don't know what to listen to. So far that's what our thumbnail looks like. Wonder what we can make out of that. What should we listen to? Let's put some more copyright. I need to find copyright free music. Let's see here. Oops. All right, let's do this. Alrighty everybody, we're going to try and draw this figure out from this little thumbnail we got. Actually, you might not be able to see the thumbnail anymore. Actually, you can't see it because the little video's up in there, but I'm going to try and draw this out here. Now we're going to start with the line of action just like we started with the thumbnail. We're going to basically do that, but in a bigger scale now. And it's good to do the little thumbnails. Now, some artists don't even do thumbnails. Sometimes they just go, some artists go straight into the inking and stuff like that. But we're going to just basically just do the same thing and just make sure that we're within the confines of this little thumbnail.
So we're going to start with our line of action here, making sure, maybe I should take off that little video so I can kind of show you guys, but I'm going to start with the line of action, which is the spine of the figure. Take a loose at this. And let's see here. Let's start with the head of the figure. Basically just do a rough, and I'm actually going to do this with pencil, with a very erasable pencil, by the way. Kind of forgot I used to do this. We're going to just do it very lightly, just seeing if it's going to fit on the page. And I haven't done it in the past one, but I remember I used to do this. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. Okay. And since this is going to be in a 3/4 view, so if you see this right here, it's not like this. It's not like that. It's going to be a figure more kind of like right there, right? So since that's going to be turned that way, we know that the perspective line is going to be changed, so it's actually going to go out just a little bit. So we kind of know that this figure might fit on this this piece of paper we have right here. It probably don't make any sense, but oh well. Now we're going to go in and let's go in and try and do the 3 immovable masses. Now the 3 immovable masses are the head, the torso, and the pelvis. Now we're going to work on the torso. One, 2, 3. Okay, so 4 should be where the pelvis is. We're thinking about these as blocks. Now, you don't always have to do that. Some people think about them as spheres and circles. But how I've been taught is we want to think about them as blocks. Okay, so we have the spine of the figure up in here. Now let's get now let's build just like we built the thumbnail from like a building, from the legs, so we can know that the weight is going to be holding this structure. By the way, this also is going to be a female, and this is actually the big indicator if you're going to be drawing a male or a female. It's actually within these 3 immovable masses. And from what I was taught is that, now take this with it, now there's different varieties of people, right? But from the general concept of humans, what I was taught anyway, is that, you know, generally females have larger pelvises compared to their rib cage, because generally, you know, because girls, you know, birth children, so you can generally create even just from the forefront of just these 3 immovable masses, the aspects of a male or a female. It's kind of weird, I know, but if you read the book of Bridgman, they go into that and stuff like that in other figure drawing books. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She a brick house. Okay, let's see here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I know that this little line I did, it sounds ridiculous, but there is a muscle in there. I forgot what exact muscle that is, but I do remember that there is a muscle right there. I just don't that's the thing, is if you actually talk to a lot of figure drawing artists, like they like don't even remember the muscle. They don't even know what the muscles are called. They just know that I just know that there's a squiggle right there. making sure that since this figure is on a 3/4, where see how this was the line if that was just straight on, right? But we have this at a little bit of perspective, so we're pushing this leg out into perspective a little bit. That's what I just think about. I don't know. I haven't really been drawing that long. I mean, I'm kind of rusty with my character drawing, so you gotta like take everything what I say with a grain of salt. And if you want to do it, you can do your own due diligence and study figure drawing as well. But I think it's good. All the things you can learn. Anatomy, you know. Okay, so we have basically our structure complete now. Now there are some general landmarks of the figure, right? Of a general human figure. One of the general landmarks, it sounds strange, but it's the end of the breast is actually on the head of 2 angles. So we go over here to our head measurement right here. We go 1, 2, and since we have this measurement right here, but since this is pushed in perspective a little bit, we know that it should be a little bit down, right? Okay, so let's get up in here. Okie dokie. So,
My name is Lulu the Fortune. I'm a furniture designer and also specialist for the last 5 years.
now if we were doing this in like say like digitally, what a lot of digital artists what they do is they actually do the horizon flip. So you can like flip this on the horizon, kind of look at it if it was like flipped, if the image was flipped. Holy moly, that dude just did like a gnarly side hang glider. Dude, look at that. That trick right there is insane. Oh my god. That is a very hard trick that dude just did. I'm not really watching the BMX video, but I am kind of like looking over a little. Oh, dude, this is the trick I wanted to learn. Funky chicken toe up. I think it's coming up. Man, that dude just did a double funky chicken toe up. Gosh, I want to learn that. Anyway, let's see here. I need to stay focused. That's kind of why I don't like having this BMX video right here, because it kind of like messes my focus up a little bit, but it's okay. Okay, so we have our deltoid, our bicep. This hand, we got the deltoid on that side. Bicep. I'm gonna have a round shield this time. So here's our Bible. Just gonna have a Bible right here. Another floating Bible. I know I do a lot of these, but they're just easy to draw. Just a way I could put the Bible in there. It sounds ridiculous, but because like the whole, you know, like sword of the Spirit is the Word of God. Actually, that thumbnail goes so the The hilt should be right there. And so you see how like the proportions are the proportions and not necessarily the perspective, because actually no. So here is the thing also as well. If you get into perspective drawing, the proportions are even more important. So because say we wanted to draw this exact same figure but placed into a perspective grid, right? Now, if you were an animator, what an animator would do is they would take this proportion grid that we just did right now, and if you understand this proportion grid, you should be able to draw this same figure in any single angle. It sounds crazy, but if you understand, because basically if I were to just draw a giant rectangle, right? Imagine if this figure fit in a giant rectangle, right? And we split this rectangle up into all these different proportions, right? But imagine that rectangle, but now we're moving the rectangle like it's a 3D program, right? And that is the crazy thing about perspective. But perspective's like super gnarly. This is just kind of just eyeballing perspective right now. And it's getting a little chilly, so I'm putting my coat on. Okay, where are we at now? Now we can embellish some of the armor, which we're going to try and do. Generally, lately I've been doing some of like, for the Helmet of Salvation, I've been trying to just do like a halo, you know, so I actually did do a little halo on that little thumbnail. Little halo up in here. So what we have, the Helmet of Salvation, Breastplate of Righteousness, Belt of Truth, which I generally have been doing like a leaf belt. We can do like a leaf belt. And generally what I do with my pouch, like the little, you know, I generally do this like little pouch thing, but see how I built it on this, see how this was like a rectangle right here for the pelvis? I generally just take that little line right there, and what I do is I'll just make that into another little rectangle, and then I'll just make that into a leaf bag. It sounds ridiculous, but because we know, since that line right there is on that pelvis line, that's generally actually where people put their belt. If you see most people just wearing a belt, you can actually like just round that line right there, and boom, we got a belt. See? Got a little bag. It's gonna be a leaf bag. And so let's see, the Breastplate of Righteousness. Now this is also where, so right here we've done all this from our imagination, right? Just building this figure up. But this is where you can start, you know, now you can use other people's poses as well, you know. The other thing is this is when you can start bringing in reference, right? But say what happens when people draw from strictly reference is what starts happening is that sometimes you become like a slave to the reference, right? And you have to draw it in the exact same angle. But the thing is, if you start learning how to draw within the construction method of like this and the proportion grid, you should be able to like look at a piece of armor and being like, okay, well, even if a piece of armor is in a different perspective, you could be like, oh, okay, well, I understand that that's just like the general look of it, and we could just place it right up in there. That's what I was taught anyway. But other people, by the way, everybody has their own methods. Some people, they don't even do any of this. There's some artists that just go straight into pen, and then you can just do it like so good. But I just do it like this because it's like much more like kind of like constructive, and there's like, oops, sorry, I just dropped my pencil. It's much more constructive, and I can kind of like take my time and kind of like think about things before I really get into it, right? But there's some artists that you just go straight into it. It's really gnarly. Those artists are crazy. Okay, what are we doing here? I lost my... Oh yeah, we're doing the breastplate of... Actually, let's work on the head. So, if you have seen some of my other characters I've done, generally what I ended up doing... Now, this is actually not from a... This is actually just something that I've kind of just figured out just from me just scribbling. Just so many characters, right? Is what I started doing is actually for the male characters, I actually started
drawing a box. See how there's like this sphere right here? For the male characters, I would actually draw a box right there and angle it out, and then, you know, half the box. But what I've been finding with like the female characters is generally with the female characters, I kind of like these like these arches and these rounds, and, you know, just emphasizing kind of like that round shape-ish, right? Whereas like a male character, they're kind of more like angular and stuff like that. That probably make no sense. Oh well. So we're going to try and attempt to draw a portrait right here. And so this is actually something I did learn from another believer. His name's Brad Rigney. I've brought it up previously. There is this guy that works for MTG. His name's Brad Rigney. I actually probably could put his video on. But there was a time I won his video on the internet on this like thing on this site called conceptart.org. And he was telling me, or not me, but just in the video, he was saying that what he does is he works on the hardest areas first, right? So he'll work on the portrait, he'll work on the hands, and then basically if you get those 3 areas down, everything else is kind of like easy mode, right? You can kind of like chill out, you know? But if you just focus on these hard things and then just build upon that, it makes drawing actually a bit faster. And what a lot of artists actually end up doing, and it's not bad because this is just like his method. And so I've kind of adopted his method of going about doing things, right? Because what ends up happening with certain things is sometimes, you know, say you want to like embellish this bag, right? And like imagine if I started just embellishing this bag all the time. I'm like, okay, this is awesome, this is awesome. But then, you know, like maybe other areas which are a little bit more important could be worked on more. Okay, what are we doing here? Okay, we're working on this portrait here. So, I kind of don't know, and this is a very important part, right? Because this indicating line is a very important line of just knowing where do I want this head, right? Like, do I want this head looking at us? Do I want this head looking at the viewer? Do I want this head looking that way? You know, you can totally, it's a total 360 right here. It's actually very interesting thinking about where you want this, right? I guess we'll just do it 3/4. That line's pretty important. That's going to be the middle line. And that's generally what I'll do for that middle line. And then what I do right now, and since we have some of our indicating lines, now I'm going to go in with my pencil layer. And with our pencil layer, it's kind of more of the experimentation pencil layer. Because actually this pencil that I'm using, it's actually really hard to erase this pencil. So a lot of people actually don't like using this pencil just because of the fact you can't really erase it. But what I kind of like about it is it forces me now. I'm going to try it. If you haven't noticed, if I do some of my drawings, I like doing things where it almost like forces me to finish it, because like if I don't finish it, I just end up just getting bored, and I just end up like, I don't know, that's just what ends up happening with me. So I'm trying to focus, and I've noticed if I do it that way, it kind of forces me to get something done. Okay, let's keep going. Put on some music. Come on. Just like the other stream that I was saying, I always like to angle my lead. So what I have is I have this little thing right here, and see this? I just scribble that to make that lead angled. See? It'll take a little angle. Okay, so this is when it gets when the rubber meets the road now. So we're gonna actually zoom in on this now. Come on. Darn, I can't really like get it up in there. Oh well, we'll just have it like that. Hopefully that's okay. Now you have to remember that this layer right here, we can erase it, right? But this bottom layer right here, it's very hard to erase.
So, and I think that's just a good one to know, is because, like, you know, you can mess up right here, so, and you can get a lot of weird, like, personalities, a lot of just the general overall lines we do up in this portrait right here are very, very important, depending on, I mean, what you think about things. But so we're just gonna just scribble. We don't, you know, we don't have to be perfect, but keeping with that central line right there. Generally, when I end up starting, I generally start with my portraits. I generally start with this this angle right here, because I feel like if I can get it within that angle, I can kind of measure part of the portrait out with that end part of that eyebrow, and then I can you can kind of like build everything else. Where some, but here's the thing: is this is how I do it. Some artists, they do it the complete opposite. Some artists, they actually build the what I've been noticing is some artists, they'll actually build the face out and then build it from there, and then half it. So it's just like what you want to do, just like anything, right? Oops. Okay. I think I did make this hairline a little bit, it kind of has almost like an 80s hairline. Oh my goodness, look at that trick right there. What is that called? I think that's called like a surfer. No, that's not a surfer. That's a, I forgot what trick that was. Well, I need to not get distracted. And I'm using this, but by the way, see that lead right there? I'm using that to kind of get like the skinny and then this fat line. I really like using the skinny fat line. Oh yeah, and another part of the figure drawing is there's these general landmarks, right? So we can know, like, if you wanted to draw the ear, generally the ear will go right past the eyeball and then right down there, depending on how we want to draw this figure out. I don't really know how we're going to do it yet. Exactly. It's also kind of weird because I'm drawing like standing up, so normally I'm moving the page around and stuff like that, but it's kind of weird that I'm just drawing like it with it just completely just static right here. And let me put on a different BMX video. I think this one's done. Oh wait, what is this? Okay, let me see here. What BMX video are you gonna watch? What can I put on? Should there just be more BMX videos that pop up? Let's see. I'm trying to find like a long BMX video. Just put on like road music or something.
I'm wondering, like, if I can, I'm wondering if I lower the volume just a little bit, I could get away with the copyright. Because I know, like, if I don't want the stream getting silence and stuff. By the way, I'm gonna erase this, and see how I erase it, and that bottom layer is still there. Well, you can actually erase that layer, but you just got to be really, you got to really dig into it to erase it, right? But what's kind of cool is if you kind of be a little gentle with that first. Oops, I didn't put the thing on. Sorry. If you're kind of gentle with the second layer, you can kind of get away with having that under layer still kind of show through. Oh. Well, yeah, I haven't done this in a while, so yeah, I really don't know. Still just not really sure how this character's even gonna go, honestly. Bangs on her. Like, it's like playing a role-playing game, you know? It's like, what do you want, you know? Like, thing. There's kind of like a tangent right there. I don't like that. Yeah, it's already been almost 4 hours. This is brutal. Oh. Okay, so we got that part down. Let's try and get a, let me push this out a little bit. Push this back to normal. I think we should work on these hands now. How are we gonna do some of these hands? That's the question right now. Just see, is this in the right proportion thing? Right? Start with her thumb, forefinger, middle finger. The handle thing. That's sketchy. And I'm just trying to work on some armor. Sometimes I'll be like, oh, I don't know if I should touch that again. I just work on some other stuff. Do 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 do. Pinky. Not that either.
Let's redo these hands. They're not working. Sometimes you gotta battle it too. Sometimes it's like, just like with the riding, you know, where you're just doing it over and over and over again. That's how it is as well. How are we going to do this? I'm trying to think, like, what would a hand... I mean, we could maybe even, like... Hands are hard. And we need some new music. Peaceful loud music. I don't know how to do this. This is hard. I haven't been practicing my figure drawing in a while. I'm like struggling here, but it's okay. It is okay. That's how it is. It's just like riding. You just gotta like get that right line. Once you can get that line, you can kind of like go for it. Okay, that's looking maybe a little better. Push this lead down so it doesn't break on me. That's another thing I do sometimes. Okay, so we got that hand down. I think we might use that hand. So we're gonna work on the hardest parts first. This one's gonna be challenging right here. And sometimes this is the hard part about doing it, right? Because sometimes you don't want to erase it, right? Especially if you're doing like some of these hard areas. Because I just did that like 4 times right there, you know? And I've done that many times. Sometimes I'm just sitting there like 20 times. I'm just like sitting like, oh, I don't like that one, not that one, not that one. Now another thing with like these proportions is also you can think about this as an arc, right? So like the end of that hand right there, it's like this arc right here. But with that same arc, you can almost get like the arc of where that next hand is gonna be.
okay? I'm doing this, and so what I did right there is like, you know, like a normal hand, it has like this right here. If you study Bridgman brings that up. Like there's these landmarks. Bridgman's really about like landmarks, and so if you can kind of figure out these landmarks, it just makes drawing just a little bit easier. Maybe not completely easier, but like. Now that hand's really janky, but all right, let's start. Now we can kind of work on. We don't have to always like finish it out, right? But now we can kind of like work on something. I generally know that that's what it's maybe gonna kind of look like. So now we can start embellishing some other stuff. Start having fun. Now this now when we're kind of getting right in this area is this kind of where we can kind of like, it's getting more like graffiti now. Or like graffiti, you know, like the graffiti's kind of like, you can do like abstraction lines and all sorts of weird lines and stuff like that. That's where we can get into now. Put some more lead up in here. I'm going to push that down because if I use that lead, it's going to break. I'll put that down like that. Okay, so we're just doing some abstraction lines, still trying to like keep it on these like foundation layers though, but yeah, trying to stay with it as much as we can. But also see how like I did like this 2-leaf thing? What I like to do is like I'll take little elements like that, just kind of like in the graffiti thing, like what I was bringing up. But see how we have like this double scale mail armor thing? You know, sometimes you can just play around and be like, okay, well there's a double thing right there. Maybe we could try like a double thing over here. Right? Like a double leaf thing. Right? That's what I think about in my mind sometimes, but... Holy moly, dude, that dude just did a gnarly foof. By the way, this video that we're watching, this is one of the first BMX videos I ever watched. I wish I could play the music because the music is amazing. I bet I can actually listen to a lot of this. I wonder if a lot of the music on this one's copyrighted, but it probably is. But there's a lot of great music in this this one. Okay, let's do another leaf thing over here. Stem. Do the belt.
This is the buckle thing. And I haven't done this in a while. I haven't done like a female character in a while. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like dudes are just like easier to draw. Cause like with dudes you can kind of just like, you know, you can kind of just make them all haggard looking and stuff like that. This one you gotta be like very like, whoosh, whoosh, just like very like flowy, you know? And sometimes that's challenging. Well, I find it like more challenging than like drawing a dude. Cause like a dude I could just like mess up and be like, oh, you know, that's how it is, you know, but. Oh, stitches. Sorry, I should actually zoom this in, huh? Okay, where are we at? So the other thing I'd like to think about too, especially on the second layer we're doing right now, is to try and draw from this side in, because look, I actually smeared it a little bit right there, and that was actually from my hand. So I actually need to get another piece of paper and clean piece of paper. Oh, darn, I just dropped the wrong brush. That's actually kind of crazy. I'm actually drawing standing up. I actually think it's better for my back. We're actually going to use this and just cover that right there. And we're going to just do the shield real quick. And generally what I've been doing on my shields is I'll do like this. I'll go like this, put a little notch in it, like she blocked something, you know? And then basically I just do the 3D like graffiti thing. You know, like the graffiti thing that we do with the 3D. That's basically what we're doing with the shield. And maybe this shield's like made out of wood or something, so. Oh yeah, there's also a strap that should be right there. Holy moly, that dude, Brian was that dude right there, he just did a turn down to freaking pedal feeble. That was really crazy, actually. I was not expecting to see that. Wow. I don't even remember the last time I've even seen somebody do that. So she is going to wear like a glove thing. And this is a paladin, by the way. Paladin. Paladino. Actually, I don't know what we can do right here. There's a variety of types of armor. We can have her have like a skirt. We could have a tabard on her. I think we'll do a tabard this time. Generally, a tabard you can get away with just a lot of stuff. You know, like I don't have to draw as much, and it kind of makes it quicker. You know, and a tabard is like just this thing right here. So you just go like this. Actually, what we could do is like, and just push it down like that. Let's put a cross right here. But what's really cool is like it's almost like playing like an RPG game, right? But like with this RPG game, it's kind of like it's way faster. Well, actually it seems really slow right now. But in all honesty, if you were to play an RPG game, bro, I'd have to grind like hours and hours and hours just to get this armor piece right here. I'm actually gonna put like some leaves in her hair. She's kind of like very nature-y. Oh yeah, and we can make this like a leaf sword.
Thanks, man. We got the hard part down. The hard part's this part right here. But yeah, you know how it's like now it's like it's easy kind of, right? Well, I guess it's not easy, but it's a lot less stressful. Put a little cross right there. Now let's see, what are we gonna do for this armor? So see how we have like this weird, I don't know, what would I call that? Double leaf armor thing right here. We have a double leaf over here, double leaf over here. How can we make a double leaf thing over here, right? And so what we're gonna try and do is I'm just gonna go and then put like a double leafer thing right down there. Put some straps. Now, this is very just abstract, honestly. I honestly think like that's why I like drawing a lot of like armored characters, is because it's really abstract right there. Like right there, these are just shapes. Like it's just a triangle and a triangle. And I kind of like, that's why I kind of like the armor stuff, is just because I know I do like a lot of the armor of God thing. I mean, that's generally what I do. But it's just so much like, I kind of like, it kind of reminds me of just doing like a graffiti piece in some sense. Graffiti piece, graffiti piece, graffiti piece. This is just like a graffiti piece, but just a figure. We haven't even drawn the bike yet. This is generally why I don't do these figures. This is actually why I'm doing these figures every other day, is because this ain't just a 30-minute thing I could do. I gotta like think about all the stuff that I'm doing up in here. I wish I could do it like a graffiti piece where it's just like I just go straight in. I'm just like, and I just don't give up. Put a little rivet right there. And since we just did a rivet right there, we're gonna put a couple rivets over here as well. And I actually want to put like some like wings. She's gonna have like some crazy like boot wings. I haven't drawn a wing in a while. And so since we did a wing right there, let's do a wing over here. She has like enchanted boots. Enchanted boots of peace. Because the meek shall inherit the earth. Oh yeah, another thing I forgot to say is see how I didn't do a line right there, like on the top of the breast plate armor, and then like there's some parts where I didn't do that, like right there. So what some artists do, I kind of forgot to mention this, what a lot of inkers, if you get into like inking and stuff like that, and like shadow work, a lot of inkers, they actually they draw this layer right here, but they try and draw it and they try and leave those out where the highlight is, to where if the light was coming down, so I'm kind of imagining like the light coming down like this, and so that would almost be like a highlight layer, and then this green layer is almost kind of like that mid-tone layer. There we go. Now we want, generally when people do like a character like this, they're like, oh, we can do like a cape in the back. Actually, I forgot this right down here. Do the Bible now.
Let's try to acknowledge God in all of our ways, and He will direct our steps, right? I mean, that's the other crazy thing to think about is if you really think about like the Lord, He is kind of like the master creator, so what's actually kind of sad to me is like so many of like figure drawing and stuff like that. What a lot of people don't understand is a lot of figure drawing, the people that they studied were actually believers. And it's not like that nowadays because, you know, everything's just gotten so... But if you look deeper into the lore of things, a lot of people that even got into the figure drawing stuff, you know, a lot of them were believers in the beginning, which is crazy, right? Just like basically the thing that I'm doing right here, this is kind of like the Michelangelo method, because I learned from Bridgman, and Bridgman in turn learned from Michelangelo. So in turn, this is kind of like, in some weird way, this is kind of like a weird like modern thing of Michelangelo, of how he created figures, because he would do that same thing. He would do like the proportion grid. Now the crazy thing about Michelangelo is then he would do these like drawings and stuff like that, and then he would like do a marble sculpture or something like that, you know. Put a cross right there. Man, I wish I could listen to the songs on these. The songs are so good in this video. Let's do the. Let's actually draw the bike now. Gonna have this down. You know, actually, you know what I forgot I used to do? What I actually used to do, and I totally forgot about this. I used to do this in pencil, used to do that in pencil, and then I would do the rest in ink. I wouldn't even like do this part, all this part, and all these lines right here. I actually used to just do it straight into ink. I should probably get back into doing that, because that's how I used to do these ink drawings, like faster. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna draw the bike now. I think this skate park right here is actually still in existence. I think that might be Four Seasons Skate Park, which is actually crazy. I actually think that skate park is still like going strong. It might be, I don't know, I might be wrong. It was a long stream. Holy moly. Holy Tolito. Now what I'm doing right here, this line right here, is just basically the actually pull this back a little bit. This line right here is basically the wheel diameter. And if we can actually look at this video right here, just look at the leg, and we could take some parameters of, you know, just some general reference of how big a BMX bike is compared to a person, right? Generally, I mean, I guess depending on if a person's really big or not. But I think, John, let me look at that. Let me look real fast. What is that come up to? I think it comes up a little bit past that segment. But yeah, that's basically what we're doing a lot. Just measuring, analyzing, experimenting, making abstractions. But this is now what's gonna get fun, and we could draw a bicycle up in here. So let's see here. Do just very light. It's kind of sad because I've been doing these bikes basically in the same angle. So now with the bikes, what I've been trying to learn, there's actually not many how to draw bike videos, but generally with the BMX bike, what I've been finding from my studies is that generally a BMX bike, you can do a circle right here, you can do a second circle right here, that, and then the third circle, actually it's not fully a third circle, especially if you have like a smaller frame, but generally it's almost 3 circles long. And then see how I can get this, see how he did like the cut it in half, and cut that in half, cut that in half, and so we know that this is the back wheel. And since we cut that in half, we know that this is actually where the hub is gonna, I mean, this is kind of just general thing, but it's kind of weird because I've done so many of these drawing streams that I'm kind of just like, I mean, I guess I haven't done too many of them, but I used to do a lot of these drawing streams. But the thing is that I'm kind of just like reiterating basically everything I've said already, but there's nothing like it's like crazy new. But what's really cool with drawing bikes is that bikes, it's kind of gets into like what geometry do you want, right? And now what I really like about this is actually what kind of kept me drawing. It sounds ridiculous, like drawing these characters, is because now I can be like, oh, okay, well now I can be like a bike designer. Like what kind of bike would you want to design, right? I think it's kind of fun being like, okay, well I want these forks at 0 degree offset, so these forks are going to be 0 degree offset. We're going to have a 75 degree head tube on this bike right here. Let's do skinnier tires. Oh yeah, and the other thing I didn't say is I also use a blended pencil on this one. See how that one's like really roundish? I don't do it too. Some people actually do like to use the sharpened pencils, but for some reason, why these colored pencils are so waxy feeling. They feel very like smooth. Now the thing is, when I do the graffiti pieces, I actually like my pencils sharp. But I've noticed if I like doing this flowy layer, I like the pencils kind of round. Because it just feels more flowy. Now this trick's going to be running 1.7 degree tires. And that's the other thing I've been noticing about drawing bikes, is that I generally start with the front wheel. Generally, you start with the front wheel, you can basically build up a bike. I have seen some people and they draw it the other way. They draw like the frame, which you could probably draw the frame as well. Which that might even be better. What I've been noticing is as long as I draw that front wheel, I can kind of just like make it work out. I kind of want, I don't know, since this is a chick, I kind of want this chick maybe even just to have like a racing bike, right? Yeah, like kind of like pegless maybe. Maybe she's a pegless flatlander. The elusive pegless flatlander. Oh, that's a little stem, dude. That's like a Biz House stem right there. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna use this piece of paper to hold that right there. Huh. I'm trying to figure out where I should put that seat post. And also, this is actually where the bottom bracket should be. So this is actually where the bike manufacturers or makers, they actually they start, actually what I've been told by bike makers is they actually start with the seat tube. And generally they'll start with the seat tube, and what they do is they get these angles right here, right? And so say if I were to bring a bike up to Mike Laird, right? I'm like, Mike Laird, I want you to make this bike right here, right? He wants these exact angles, because if you change one of these angles up in here, it actually changes a lot of things with the bike. So that looks like, I don't know, is that the down? Yeah, that's called the down tube. Now I know the down tube is at a certain angle, and the head tube angle right here, this is actually the head tube. Now this is actually an important angle because some people, they like it like 75
I think 75 is like completely almost straight, but some people like that head tube angle like differently, and just the minute little millimeter will actually change the feel of that bike right there, which is crazy. And now it doesn't really like seem like it like that, but like if you get into like bike stuff, like it's a very important angle right there for bike manufacturers. Now, now this is another part about the seat tube. So this is actually a seat tube height. That actually looks like a very high seat tube height. That would probably be almost like, yeah, it's actually really high actually, but it's okay. I probably make no sense, by the way, but if you ride bikes, you understand what I'm talking about. Dude, that dude was cool right there. What's that guy's name? Oh, George DeSantos. Is that his name? I think his name's George DeSantos. What's actually funny is there's this rider right here. I think his name's Brian. That guy right there that is on the camera. That guy right there. That was actually my nickname when I was a little kid. They used to call me Little T, like Little Tirada. It's kind of funny. Okay, let's build these bars up. Where do the bars come up to? They generally come up to like what? Like the pelvis? I mean, she could have short bars too, but I wonder what the bar height for racers are, because what's actually interesting about like racing bike geometry is that it hasn't really changed too much. What's only changed with the racing bike geometry generally has just been it seems like it's been materials, right? So now they use like carbon fiber rims, and they use like carbon fiber frame, and you know, they're still using a lot of tie parts and stuff like that. Man, I'd love to have a tie bike, dude. One day I'm going to actually have a tie bike. That is going to be gnarly. One day. It's going to be crazy. It's kind of just like looks like a general, just normal bike. I don't know. Man, people are just think I'm crazy. Oh well. It don't matter. Especially doing the, dude, that's what's really weird about doing these streams. I'm doing these Bible studies right in the beginning of them, dude. People think I'm crazy, I bet. Oh well, I'm supposed to not be ashamed of the gospel, right? But man, sometimes I actually really wonder if my life would be way different if I just didn't like promote the Bible. You know, it's like, oh my goodness, like where would I be in life if I just didn't promote the Bible at all? But then in some cases I have to like give credit to God, because I mean, even just a lot of the stuff that I'm learning right up in here, I've learned this from other believers. So it's like I can't just like be like, hey man, I'm just gonna like forget about everything that God has done for me. But sometimes that does go through my mind of like, man, would my life be better if I just didn't promote the gospel at all? There are different to promote. Yeah, I mean that's the big one. Sometimes I wonder if just the Lord's just using me as some sort of weird experiment. Right? Because I feel like, because here, get this, right? If I was like fully sponsored and like I had like all sorts of like companies coming up to me and stuff like that, bro, I don't think I'd ever like I don't think I ever would have started promoting God and, you know, stuff like that. And then sometimes I wonder, maybe that's why God has kind of put me in this weird position, because if I was sponsored and, or like just, you know, companies and stuff were just all hooking me up, I mean, I guess Colt does hook me up, which I'm actually gonna shout them out because they're actually the only company that actually has hooked it up. But I'm just talking about in a sense if I was actually like fully like sponsored and stuff like that, right? I honestly probably want to do these Bible studies. That's kind of the funny thing. But maybe that's why God has done it in that degree. The other thing is I've been meeting, I mean, I guess it's been a while, but the sad thing is I have met a lot of like pros, and they seem kind of like they got salty, like kind of like getting sponsored, and they kind of thought it was going to be a bit different and stuff like that. Like maybe they kind of thought they were going to make more money or like stuff like that. And man, I have met some that have kind of gotten kind of salty over that stuff. So it's just kind of sad. Because I feel like it kind of like made them kind of not want to ride as much, right? Or it kind of like maybe changed a little bit of like the fun of like riding, right? Alrighty. Well, see how we did like this weird brake cable line thing right here to make a... Actually, I'm going to just do this as a simple sword. I was going to do like a leaf sword. I kind of just want to make this like a simple sword. One-handed sword this time. Little notch in it. She's taken out a demon. Put a cross on top of that. Let's 3D this out. Holy moly, dude, Brian Val is crazy. Dude, it's so crazy, man. These riders were shredding at this time too, bro. Holy moly, dude. Some of the tricks that they're doing, I'm actually really surprised. I'm like, holy moly, I haven't seen anybody do that, actually. It's so crazy, because that's actually why I like BMX riding so much, is because, like, everybody has their own style. Like, even if you copy I mean, here's the other thing, right? I feel like if you were to copy everybody's, like, your favorite rider's tricks, like, you wanted to learn every single trick that they did, right? I feel like you would still have your own style. Because just like everybody's body is different, you're always riding a different geometry bike, that even if you do the same tricks, you're probably just going to do it different just because of, there's just so many variables. Oh my goodness, that was crazy. That dude just sent it. Man, I miss just riding normally. I wish I could just not just ride flatland right now. I totally miss just how I used to ride, but I gotta get the surgery if I do. Oh, that was awesome. Okay, let's finish this out. Yeah, that's what sucks, man. If I want to ride like how I used to ride, I'm gonna have to get the surgery, bro. It just sucks, dude. Oh well. Eventually I'm gonna probably have to get the surgery, but that's kind of been the goal lately. It's just like, how long can I actually just ride without like completely messing my knee up? Which we've been going pretty far. I've been doing almost 3.5 years, I think, without an ACL, which is insane, actually. Man, see, I'm like mixing everything I like, dude. You know, it's like I like paladins, I like knights, I like God. You know, I like BMX. We're trying to acknowledge God in all of our ways, right? Like, that's what's gnarly. Is like, it's so crazy just even thinking about it, and that's actually what started getting me doing this stuff. It's just because of that thing in Proverbs. It's Proverbs 3:5-6, right? It says, acknowledge God in all your ways and he will direct your paths, right? That's why I started trying to morph everything. I'm like, okay, well, if I acknowledge God in all my ways, he's going to start directing me, right? So that's what we're going for. Love drum brakes. I've always been a brake rider, bro. Like, I mean, there was a little bit of time when I was brakeless, but dude, I don't know why everybody went brakeless. I'm gonna be really honest. I think it's because of bar spins. I think it's because like so many, because that's actually the trick I never really learned, right? Like I can't even do a hot bar spin. I know you can still do them with brakes and stuff like that, but I actually think that's why maybe the brakes kind of died out. It's just because people just wanted to maybe like, I don't know, just maybe learn bar spins or something. Or no, actually I know why they died out. It's because there's too much bike maintenance. People don't want to work on their bike and stuff like that. Little headset right here. We ovalized that. Well, not ovalized, but we did that kind of like curve right there. Gotta eat, going to try and learn. Okay, for sure. Yeah, you don't gotta watch these streams, bro. It's all good. But yeah, with these drawing streams, I generally don't like work on a drawing. I think I might have. I honestly think I might have undiagnosed ADHD. Because like I feel like if I don't finish something like right away, I'm just like I can't do it. Like that's just how I've always been. That's why I've just been terrible at school, bro. Like I've never been good at school. It was just because it's just like, I don't know. I honestly just thought school was boring, but like, I was just so bad at school, man. I think I actually got this down too, bro. I'm gonna put a little Easter egg right here. Where is that box at? I need to get. There is going to be a little bit of an Easter egg. The only company that's ever hooked it up with anything, honestly. I'm gonna shout them out. Let's see here. Let's try and draw it up in here. I always just like do it very faintly, like where it's like you couldn't even really tell. I mean, I guess you could tell if you were a BMX rider, but like if you're just like a normal person, you probably wouldn't be able to tell. Oh, that's terrible. Oh. Yeah, they're the only company that's ever hooked me up with anything, honestly. It's kind of crazy, actually. I've known a lot of friends that rode for companies, and they hooked it up with stuff, but in terms of actually, like a legitimate company, which is crazy to think about. Do. It's kind of like probably like a 28-2 sprocket.
Kind of got the seat kind of messed up. I guess you can kind of see a little bit of the seat. Let's see here. I'm gonna put like a raven right here. And maybe we could put a squirrel right there. Let's do that. Oh. What happened to my pencil? Where did it go? There it is. Let's draw a squirrel. Well, squirrel. Little monkey, little mookie, little chubby squirrel up in here. Dude, how crazy would it be to have a squirrel pet? That would be gnarly, dude. Little monkey. Oh man, we watched that entire Roadfuls, didn't we? Oh my goodness, we did. Let's see here. I didn't even watch it really. Let's put a peace sign right here.
try and write a verse right up in here. I'm gonna erase part of this right up in here now. So I already got that down. What armor? Let's see what verse we're gonna put up in here. Ephesians 6. Therefore, take up the whole armor of God that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, having done all to stand firm. Let's write that verse. Okay. Therefore, take up the whole armor of God. You may be able
withstand in the evil day. And having done all to stand firm. That's Ephesians 6. Ephesians 6:13. There we go. Darn, come on. Oh, I love this song. This is the Paladin song. It is always you. Little monkey, little monkey. I guess we could do this double leaf thing right here too. Okay. Got some thigh armor.
I think we're about done. I guess we'll sign it. Okay, well, man, that took a long time. Oh my goodness, almost 5-hour stream. This is why I don't do these drawings that much, because they just take up so much time. But it's okay. It's okay. We about done though. Let me turn this off. There we go. This is the, I guess we'll get a thumbnail now. Push this out one more degree. There we go. There we go. Should we have it like that, or should I have it one more degree in? Let's have it one more degree in. I can't get it all the way in there, huh? Come on, buddy. I guess maybe we'll have it, maybe. No, I can't. Fudge. I'm gonna have to just crop it the other way. Let's actually get some tape up in here. I'm gonna tape this so I can get like it completely centered. It's not centered. There's some tape. Center this by taping it to the sides. Yeah, this one's finally done. Normally I would ink it. There was a time when I would do these when I got hurt on my bike. There was a time when I would ink these out, but I was like I didn't have my, like that would be my entire stream. Like my entire stream, I would do a Bible study and then I just draw all day. Not all day, but like that should be basically how it was. Let's see if we get this down up in here. I think that might be a good thumbnail like that. Let me put my pencil up in the frame. And I think that's going to be the thumbnail. Yeah, like that. Pointing to the cross. The Lord of Lords and the King of Kings. This is all to glorify the Lord. Hopefully it does. I don't know if it is or not. I'm trying. We're trying out here, okay? I know I'm doing a great job at it, but we're trying at least. I'm going to put a stream marker right there for the thumbnail. Add stream marker. And we did this. This is a general verse, by the way. The other thing is, if you guys get into drawing like knights and stuff, you know, you could do like the armor of God thing, and then you could just put a verse in there, right? You know, you could embellish it with other things. I like those little squirrel right up in here. But that is the end of today's stream. Appreciate anybody that stopped by. I know this one was pretty long. Hopefully we can have and keep learning and Creative Fit, thanks for tuning in. Holy moly, bro, it's crazy. You watch a lot of this stuff, man. It's actually really insane. I'm actually starting to get the little bit of a, I'm getting kind of revved back up into doing the drum. I'm actually really glad I didn't get that Ethernet cable, bro. I feel like if I got that Ethernet cable, actually I feel like I was on this weird path where I was like, I could have got the Ethernet cable and I could have started streaming video games. But honestly, bro, I think like, this is almost like a video game to me, man. Like, this is just like, this is like a video game that we can like become the RPG character that we want to be, man. Or not like that in degree, but we can like maybe glorify God a little bit more. I don't even know what I'm talking about. It's been a long, I don't even know. It's like I use up all my speechcraft right in the beginning of the stream. I can't talk the rest of the stream. But yeah, we out of here, man. You have a good one, dude. Thanks for anybody that tunes into these things. We out of here. Keep it up. Keep trying your best and have fun. And remember, bikes could help to heal and restore the earth. Adios, everybody. Adios.